Grid, Sam Bosnian, please report to Grid. Yeah. Hi. back to the Speed Ring bracket battle. Tom O'Gorman, how's it going?
I'm great. How are you?
Doing good, man. Little lunch in my stomach now, and looking forward to seeing who's going to come out on top in all of these brackets.
They fed you?
I fed myself.
Gotcha.
I fed myself.
Gotcha. Yeah, Motivicity Speed Ring presented by APR. Welcome back, everybody. We are live on a plethora of platforms if you're not with us here at the track. For those of you at the track, real quick, we'll get it out of the way. These brackets are going to move quick because we've already eliminated half of the competitors. So if you're even in Unlimited, start thinking about bringing your cars up here. Great to see a ton of fans, spectators. Beautiful weather. Breeze has picked up quite a bit, but a beautiful day here in Pontiac, Michigan. Austin, highlights so far. What are you looking forward to seeing?
Man, you know, in this street bracket, what I'm really looking forward to seeing is this battle between Andy Smedgard and James Houghton. Now, these guys have battled it out for years and years in the Unlimited class, but this year both of them are fielding street class cars as well. So we'll see them again later on, but the second battle that we're going to see is going to be between Andy and his K-swapped S2000 and James Houghton and his K-swapped Civic. So both very similar builds as far as motor goes, both Hondas obviously, both on the lighter side of the spectrum as far as weight goes, and driven by two very, very competent drivers as well. So for this street bracket, that's probably the battle that I'm looking forward to the most at this point in time.
I think the only people who are more excited than us for that are Andy and James. They are so stoked to go up against each other. And we'll see that one second out. First battle out, though, is going to be our number one seed from the street bracket battle. That is Austin Hurdle in his 370Z against a 350Z of Sam Bosnian. He was the 8th seed. So number 1 versus number 8 going into the quarterfinals here. But a little bit more about bracket battles. Austin, this is a new format for Speed Ring 3 years ago?
Yeah. So we debuted it at Speed Ring 3 years ago here at M1 Concourse, the first year that it was here. And it's been a great form of competition. I mean, Tom, you actually drove in this competition last year. We were able to go home dominant in the street mod category. But, I mean, for the most part, it's a way to kind of make Time Attack a little bit more interesting than it normally is. A lot of times Time Attack the event might be 2 or 3 days long, and pretty much any lap time that you run throughout those 2 or 3 days counts towards your standings.
Yep.
Now, the first 2 days of the competition, we ran a traditional Time Attack competition, but from that, we actually built the brackets that you're looking at right now. But for the most part, you have to be a very well-rounded driver with a very well-rounded car as far as reliability goes to be able to move up in the brackets. Reliability is the name of the game here, as well as consistency as a driver.
Yep, and on top of speed, as obviously the fastest driver wins. So what we're going to see here unfold the quarterfinals and then into semifinals and finals for street modified, track modified, and unlimited. And basically, it's pretty simple. Driver A leads the first time out. Driver B follows. Driver A tries to run away. Driver B tries to close that gap up. Then they're going to swap on a cool-down lap. Go again right away, not even come off track. Driver B then leads, tries to extend. Driver A follows, tries to close up. Best 2 out of 3 wins. If they each win 1, we go to a one more time, and they go back out again. So you're looking at the starting flying laps for Austin Hurdle 370Z, already working there, the second corner of the track. Behind him, just popping into frame now, that is Sam Bosnian in his 350Z, seed number 8, after this morning. These drivers dialed in about 3 seconds apart. Austin Hurdle was number 1 at 113.4. And Bosnian at a 116.6, so it's a little bit of an uphill battle for Bosnian, but we've seen already today, we've seen offs, which is an automatically DSQ. We've seen mechanical failures. We've seen all sorts of upsets as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the interesting things about bracket battles. It's not about just the lap time, but there's also a lot of other things that come into it. You know, like we did see somebody go 4 off earlier in a competition lap that essentially DQ'd him. Look at that, Austin Hurdle getting a little bit sideways there.
That's not uncommon for Austin. He's a pretty exuberant driver as well as fast. It's awesome to see. Sometimes if he knows he's not on the flyer, he just goes to full drift mode, which
Look
he
at
might
that.
be doing
Yeah,
right
man.
now.
Yeah.
Really on the limit in the 370Z. But it's fast. And again, these guys are on street tires. These cars not modified a whole lot. And these tires really do reward some slip angle. We're going to see some times here in just a second. But Hurdle through with the first time.
Yeah. Hurdle through with a 115.457. Sam Bosnian, 117.159. Austin Hurdle wins that first part of the battle. These drivers will take a quick cool-down lap, swap positions, and then Sam Bosnian will lead off with Austin Hurdle in chase. Now, if Austin Hurdle can win this second battle as well, he'll be moving on to the next round.
Yeah, put it in perspective. Hurdle's dial-in was a 13.4. He just ran a 15.4. So he was 2 seconds off the pace with all that sideways action. It looks fast. It looks cool. We love it. Gets us excited, but it's definitely not the fastest way around the track. M1 Concourse here, it's basically in a neighborhood block of Pontiac, Michigan. It's really interesting track. It's got a good flow. You see it covers a pretty small footprint, but it has a really good momentum to it. It rewards different types of speed. You have speed maintenance sections. You have big digs. You have low speed digs onto front straightaways, long straightaways. Oh man, what the heck?
Oh, look at that!
Bosnian goes around on the reset lap. I wonder if he saw Austin and tried to duplicate that.
So again, this is the reset lap, though, so it does not mean that he is DQ'd. Had it been a competition lap, it would mean automatic disqualification. But since it was a reset lap, they'll be able to go at it again, hopefully being able to swap positions here soon.
Bosnian actually pulling into the pit lane, so I don't know if it was... I mean, theoretically, it could have been a mechanical. Looks like he just kind of pitched it in there, but we will, I believe, give Bosnian the opportunity to reset and go back out as Austin Hurdle starts his next lap. Haven't seen that before, but the way the format works, if you're on a competition lap in one of the bracket battles, if you have a 4 off-the-track surface into the grass, you're automatically disqualified. The other driver advances on. But if you have an issue mechanically or going off the track surface, which we've seen both of today, on your swap lap or a warm-up lap, you're actually okay. We give you a chance to reset. So we'll see how this plays out between the Nissans. Also joining us on the broadcast, Jared DeAnda. He's going to be doing some pit lane reporting, talking to the drivers before, after, between each of the rounds. He's right behind us. We'll see if maybe he can talk to Sam about what just happened there.
All right, and it does look like Sam Bosnian might be lining up to go back out. So here comes Austin Hurdle. So first part of the battle, Austin Hurdle was able to win. Sam Bosnian spinning there, unfortunately, on the cooldown lap. But fortunately for him, it is not a competition lap, so he'll be able to continue going. But it looks like we're going to get that one reset, and we're going to go ahead and run the battle that I've been looking forward to, actually since yesterday during qualifying. It's a battle between Andy Smedgaard and James Houghton. James Houghton leading the field off, or leading Andy Smedgaard in that EG Civic. Andy Smedgaard in that K24 swapped S2000. Now these guys were about 0.3 of a second apart when they qualified yesterday. Both of these drivers, very competent drivers, very capable vehicles as well. This is going to be a really, really good battle to watch. And if I know those two drivers, they're going to be hanging it out there as much as they can. They both want to beat each other more than anything.
Yeah,
so.
Especially Smedgaard. You talk about flamboyant driving styles like Austin just had a little bit of. Smedgaard's another one of those guys that's just a blast to watch. You see these guys are super comfortable with each other. They're going to run super close quarters. Again, like Austin said, they qualified 0.3 apart, with the tip of the hat actually going to Houghton in the Civic. And I talked to a couple people. I didn't get to talk to James himself, but apparently that Civic looks pretty straightforward, but underneath it's pretty trick, which doesn't surprise you when you know Houghton's other car, that Unlimited Integra. But this will be a great battle as these guys finish warming up. We also got Jared DeAnda on the broadcast with us. You talked to a bunch of drivers already today. How they been? What's going on? Not sure.
Overall, I don't think. Yeah, there we go. There we're live. Yeah, again, I just touching on Smedgaard and Houghton. These guys, I had the privilege of announcing the Gears and Gasolines, the track battle episodes, which are, and I'm repeating those names and mispronouncing the names all the time, but those guys are the constant names that are being brought up. But this course overall, I have to go throw back to you. I mean, do you think this course has changed from earlier today to now? Because I know a lot of the drivers are complaining they're pushing through a lot of turns. I know Darby, she was having some difficulty with that as well. But again, a very fun, super technical track, and again, you cannot make any mistakes. But how do you think we're going to be seeing some faster times or slower now as the day progresses?
I wouldn't be surprised if they slowed down just a little bit. The track temp's definitely up. These guys haven't been on track since about 4 hours ago, actually. So surface temp definitely up as we're looking at James Houghton. They established a pretty good gap between each other after kind of psyching each other up for this battle on that warm-up.
Also with Houghton getting a lot of track time, I think that helps him as well. Doing doing what, triple duty? We said, Austin.
Yeah.
He's doing.
Yeah, Houghton's doing triple duty, but Andy Smedgaard's actually doing double duty.
Yeah.
So
He's
these
got
two
the most
drivers,
track time here this weekend between
these
the
two
between the
drivers
of
are
them.
definitely getting more track time than anyone else.
All right, so we are on. Again, I'll get some words with the drivers afterwards. Thank you, Tom O'Gorman and Austin Cabot.
Absolutely. Just watching body language of the cars, Houghton looks super clean, super tidy. You see he's using all the track intentionally. The car's not moving around a whole lot. Smedegard on the limit. You saw in the back of the frame there, a little bit sideways, dab of opposite lock. Ooh, but there's a big slide from the Civic. On power oversteer from a front-wheel drive Civic, and then even more drama from Smedegard. That's incredible. Right on the limit for street. Both of these drivers, again, 14s are their dial-ins. Let's see what they can run as they cross the start-finish line right there. 1:14.8 for James Houghton. Smedegard can't do it. 1:15.4, so a half a second win for James Houghton in the first battle here. Super impressive looking driving on camera here for both of these drivers. Now again, they're going to reset. Smedegard takes the lead. Houghton has to follow. Look at this, giving each other a hard time on the cool down lap, on the warm-up lap and the swap over lap. Both of these cars, in theory, have a little bit more time left in them based on qualifying. But again, I mean, Jared brought up a perfect point. It's a lot hotter, and there's also a lot more wind. And the wind is exactly down. It's actually with you down the back straight where we see them now. But it's against you anytime you're traveling in the opposite direction, which these cars won't affect too much. But we got a lot of big aero cars coming up later. That could be interesting.
Yeah, so both of these drivers, very good friends, very good competitors too. But both of them want to win, and both of them are going to hang it out there to do it. So I think we might see Andy Smedgaard pushing a little bit more now. If I'm James Houghton right now, I'm going to try and stick as close as I can to Andy and apply that pressure a little bit to try and shake him. But Andy's a very seasoned veteran, just like James is, and I don't think he'll have any problems dealing with that at all.
Sure, and if I actually had to take a guess, if I was Houghton, I'd be leaving myself some space because I have to take a guess that Civic's a little faster in a straight line, not quite as much of a handling car, so he's got to get to the back straight and have somewhere to go with all of that straight line speed. Again, that's just a guess, and there he goes. Good call. He's leaving himself just a little look. Oh, but Smedegard saw it. They're backing up. Games. We haven't seen this a lot in this format because this isn't a super common format, but both of these guys really heads up. Oh, they're trying really hard, but I think Houghton left himself just enough of a gap to really work with on this lap. Smedegard on the limit out of turn 2, down into the hairpin. We'll see if Smedegard will probably take a little bit of a tighter entry with the S2000. About mid-track, you see Houghton sets up way wider. That's because that S2000 is going to put the power down a little bit better. The Civic needs to get the wheels straight. Now he can use the power down the back straight.
There we go. It looks like Houghton's been able to close that gap up just a little bit there down the back straight. That EG definitely making a little bit more power and probably a little bit lighter than that S2000 as well.
I'd have to imagine. No dust flying that time. Super tight and tidy for Smedegard out of the sweeper and back into the stadium section where we have all the spectators lined up. Big sideways for Smedegard.
Really on the limit there, coming around the sweeper. Watch how much liberty these guys take, though, coming out of the sweeper. Yeah, look at that. Andy, super wide. James right behind him.
Dives it down in. He's got a lot of momentum, but gathers it up. A little bit of a step on the exit. I think Smedegard might take this one. Times are going to come across as soon as they cross under that gate. Smedegard 14. No, Houghton takes it. 14.4. Smedegard 15.3. So Houghton puts a second on him on that lap. James Houghton will continue on to the quarterfinals. Man, what a start.
It looks like we're going to rerun that second battle now between Austin Hurdle and Sam Bosnian. Austin Hurdle winning the first battle, but if he can pull out another win of the second one, he'll be moving on to battle James Houghton.
All right, so in the background there of the brackets on your screen, that's a cool down for Houghton and Smedegard putting on a show. Honda battle, front-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, both K24s, and it's the front-wheel drive Civic that comes out on top. He'll continue on to the quarterfinals. James Houghton in 3 cars this weekend. 2 of them are in the unlimited bracket battle. So he's maximizing his chance at glory and cash prizes this weekend at the Speed Ring. Back on track though, Hertel Bosnian getting re-warmed up. 350 versus 370Z. Hertel took the win just a little bit ago with a big drifty run. Looked really cool. It was a 15 something. Bosnian was a little bit slower, but Jared Deanda is with that great battle.
Yeah, man. I heard you say it. You got me. Unfortunately, I mean, you were ripping out there, getting that back end loose, but almost, man. Houghton just too much to handle.
Yeah, he's a pretty decent driver. Yeah, no, it was a good race. I did everything I could. Yeah, nice job, James.
Well, you still got some more work to do there, but heading over to Houghton. Man, the EG looking good there, Watermelon Head, keeping it together. I think you have them, between you two, you guys are racing 5 cars total this weekend. I think that's really got to contribute to your success.
It definitely doesn't hurt to get the extra seat time on a track that we only run once a year, and we've only ever ran 3 times. But, Andy's a great competitor, and it was good battling with him. And told him before this, winning's winning.
Oh, man, look at that. Shout out. So Houghton, he's moving on to the Final 4, and he'll advance on. Back up to you guys.
Awesome, and on track already on their flyers, Bosnian versus Hertel. Bosnian's got the hill to climb after losing the first round and then a spin on the swap over lap. We are searching for them down on the back half of the track. They're probably working somewhere around the back straight, and there we go. Into the sweeper. That's a good look at Bosnian using all the track. Nice, tidy Hertel trying to close that gap up in the 370Z. He was your top seed this morning.
So remember, we've already seen the first part of this battle in which Austin Hertel won. So Sam Bosnian is trying to claw and get everything that he can to be able to beat Austin Hertel's lap time and be able to force a one more time round. He wants any chance to be able to move on to the next stage.
Yeah, he's done a good job of maintaining the gap, but Hertel just closed it up huge through that big long sweep. And if you're not comfortable with having the car super on the limit through this big sweep at the end of the lap, that's where speed can disappear quickly.
Like Austin Hertel, 114.989. Sam Bosnian, 117.337. So Austin Hertel taking that win, advancing on to the next round.
All right, so that's going to make Hertel seed number 1 against Houghton, seed number 4. 370Z versus EG Civic with a K24 stuffed in it. In the quarterfinals, next drivers out, Chris Newman and Jason Owens, which Jason Owens was kind of the upset of the morning in street. He managed to hold on after, I believe it was it a 4-off or was it it was a mechanical?
Mechanical, yep.
That actually advanced Jason Owens into the quarterfinals here in that Honda Civic Type R. And then Chris Newman's your number 3 seed. He's right in there at the top of times with his E46 M3.
All right, so there you go. You can see where the bracket has ended up so far. In that first part, top bracket, Austin Hertel just able to take the win over Sam Bosnian. And then in that battle between James Houghton and Andy Smedgard, James Houghton was victorious. So he will battle Austin Hertel a little bit later today. But we also have a second portion. Let's go ahead and cut down to Jared, though, who's with Austin Hertel.
Yeah, Austin Hertel getting it, putting it together, man. A little glitch in the system there. He spun out earlier, but the smile on your face says it all. But guess what? You're going against Houghton next, man. Your fastest time beats his fastest time. So, but he's keeping it clean. He's keeping it tidy.
Yeah, dude. The track's just super gnarly out there. It's really hot, super greasy. Yeah, we're just trying to put down clean laps, stay consistent.
All right. Well, again, you're going against Houghton in the Final 4. Congratulations. Back up to you guys.
Awesome. So Hertel back to paddock, and right behind them on track, Newman Owens. We have E46 M3 there, leaving your frame, Honda Civic Type R race car. Going into the chase mode, Jason Owens has a bit of a hill to climb, dialed in 5 seconds slower than Newman in qualifying, but anything can happen. Starting the flyer, Newman actually drove all the way to Grand Rapids last night, picked up his buddy Brad Yonkers' tires and wheels, bolted him on the car for today's competition, hoping to get the little bit of extra time out of that car. He was, in qualifying, only 4/10 off the top seed. So in street, theoretically, if we get down to the Austin Hertel, Chris Newman, and Josh Halka battle, those guys right on top of each other.
Yeah, it'll definitely make things interesting, Tom. So we can see both cars looking pretty composed here as we come through. Not too much drama throughout the whole weekend from either of these two drivers. Now, we did, as you were saying, see a little bit of an upset from Jason Owens earlier in the day due to a mechanical. But hopefully he's not too far outgunned here by Chris Newman in his E46 M3.
Yeah, Newman's looking really good. Not a lot of drama from the car, just kind of carving through the track with a lot of good rolling speed, putting power down super cleanly. This track, like I've said before, kind of has a pretty small footprint, and that really rewards just kind of tight and tidy driving. It's really easy to push super hard and go for those couple extra tenths, but if anything, it can end up biting you here at M1 Concourse. As we have the first time across, Chris Newman maintains the gap pretty comfortably at a 1:16.3 over Jason Owens' 17.3, so a 1 second win for Chris Newman. Interestingly, though, Newman dialed in at a 13 and some change, which makes his 16 just now relatively slow. We'll see if he can pick that pace up or if he's just not feeling super pressured right now. They're going to swap over Civic to the front and BMW to the back.
Street mod competitors, please make your way to the grid. We are running the street mod brackets next. Again, final call, street mod competitors, please make your way to the grid.
Really good look at how wide that Civic Type R is coming down into the sweeper. The BMW almost looks small in comparison. BMW is probably a little bit heavier, a little more nimble though, based on the rear-wheel drive platform. Civic's going to be probably the lighter, more powerful car, going to make its speed in the straight lines better than anything else. Jason Owens driving this Motivicity Type R normally races his own Civic that's a little more modified in. Is it a street mod car or track mod car?
I believe it's street mod.
Okay, so a little more modified than this street version of the Type R, but still a good platform either way. Look at Newman giving himself all the room and more as Owens comes nice and tiny onto his second round flyer. Time starts right there into turn one.
So Jason Owens doing what he can to be able to run a faster lap time than Chris Newman, although Chris Newman may be outgunning him a little bit.
Yep.
We'll see in just a moment. Obviously, Chris Newman won that first part of the battle, and now Jason Owens doing what he can to try and put in a faster lap time than Chris Newman.
Get some good rotation down into the hairpin, but I talked to Jason just before he went out. He's on Toyo R1Rs, which are a plenty good tire. They make plenty of good grip, but they don't necessarily love heat, and we've already pointed out it got pretty warm out today so far, so that Civic using all of its front wheels to do turning, stopping, gas, on a tire that's not super heat tolerant. At this point, he may not have a ton of grip left, and Newman might have the advantage, although that gap's maintaining pretty wide. Into the stadium section back in front of the crowd here. Newman flicks it in. There's a great look to see some scrub from the front of that Civic Type R as he leans it into the big long right-hand sweeper. Right behind us in the broadcast booth. Clips the apex to see how much track he uses. Keeps it pretty on track, actually. Really tight and tidy driving from Jason Owens. Now the final corner into the start-finish line, I think. Look at Newman's pushing hard now. I think he's realized he might have to make up some time. We're all losing our laptops here in the wind, but Owens 17-9. Newman repeats his 16-0, and that makes both round wins to Chris Newman. He will advance into the semifinals. There it is. He will come up against the winner between Anthony Leclerc and Josh Halka, who is your P2 seed. Jason Owens, a valiant effort, but Newman tipped him just there at the end.
Yeah, so far this weekend with brackets, not too much drama compared to previous years, which I both like and dislike at the same time.
Well, this is the first year that the street category has been eligible for Motivicity Speed Ring, so I think these cars, like we've said, they're not that modified. There's usually not a lot of drama in breakage or, they're pretty easy to handle. Where you get in a limited car, it's right on the line all the time, both mechanically driving-wise and mechanically reliability-wise. So I think we'll see the drama crank up with each new bracket as we continue through here. Rolling out behind us, that's Josh Halka and Anthony Leclerc in one of the coolest cars here, the Alfa Romeo 4C, the carbon tub, paddle shift. Really cool car, dialed in at a 116 flat. Josh Halka, though, your P2 seed in that WRX STI in a 113.5. right on the heels of that Austin Hurdle 370Z raw time. So Halka has the advantage into this battle as we have Owens, Newman rolling into pit lane. Owens straight back to paddock, and then Newman, we're going to chat with Jared Deanda for a second.
Hello, Newman. All right, Newman, you're going to be going against the next vehicle, the winner of the next battle. It's either Leclerc or the Subaru. I mean, you guys are both kind of fairly equally matched, but how are you going to keep it clean here on the next battle?
Keep it from going too sideways.
The drifting down, yeah, it's hot. So again, a lot of the guys are saying it's slick. Is it really that slick?
Yeah, all the drift rubber that's down. You think rubber would help you, but drift rubber, it gets put down and it's just super slick and slidey. So that in the hot temps, it's
all right.
painful out there.
All right, there you said. All right, congratulations, Newman. You're moving on to Final Four. Watch the next race. That's who you're going against. Who's it going to be, Tom?
There we go. Final four bound for the BMW driver. There's a beautiful look at the fresh livery Josh Halka WRX STI, and then that beautiful Alfa Romeo 4C. These guys dialed in pretty far apart, about 3 seconds spread, but anything can happen, as we've said and said again. Halka flicks it into the first corner on the first flyer. He's got to find about a 10.5 to take the top time in street. And we do track records here, which Austin Hurdle would officially have it currently. Josh Halka may want that, as well as know that he's got that raw time to chase down Halka nice and tight into the hairpin. No drama. This really rewards putting power down. All-wheel drive cars do nothing better than put power down. He's going to start driving away from Anthony Leclerc just a little bit in the Alpha.
Attention to the paddock. Street mod cars, please make your way to the grid. Street mod cars and drivers, please make your way to the grid. Wow, Josh Halka just looking like a machine out there, man. Placing the car exactly where it needs to be. No understeer, no oversteer, just looking real nice and tidy.
Absolutely. Grabbing a little bit of curb, trying to cut the distance out of it. The rally car flicking some dirt, no problem there. Bounces off of that one pretty hard. There's a curb right at this apex there that you got to be careful of. It can upset the car and toss you out. Now this year, unlike years past, if it's paved, it's fair game. In years past, you couldn't cross the white lines, but Josh Halka finishing this lap up, looking really clean. Definitely drove away from Leclerc just a bit, but what's the time? It's a 14.6, and Leclerc comes across with a 16.5, so pretty close to personal bests for both drivers. Not quite, but again, it's hotter, and impressive to keep clicking away good laps like that. So these guys will swap over, go into round two. I think it's pretty safe to say that Halka has the upper hand, and it's his to lose. So he's just got to keep being smart about it. And at this point, if you're in a battle like this, is your approach to try to find that extra time and take risks, or are you trying to just make sure you get through to those battles that really matter? What would you do?
Yeah, I mean, for me, if I'm Josh Halka right now, and I'm doing fairly well, sitting in a real good spot. I mean, Josh Halka is seated second coming in to the bracket. Pretty decent lead over Anthony Leclerc right now. Want to put a little bit of pressure on him, but I also want to make sure that I can make it all the way through. Remember, if he goes 4 off, that's a DQ.
Absolutely.
So, also making sure that you're keeping the car together. That's one of the things that, luckily for the street bracket, a lot of the cars aren't really heavily modified, so you don't have to worry about the car as much.
Mm-hmm. Rolling around the final corner across Spectator Hill, right behind the broadcast booth, and on to the second flyer. Leclerc now takes the lead in the 4C. Josh Halka, good call, leaves himself some space. As the faster car, he's naturally going to catch up to Leclerc if he does it right. So you got to have somewhere to go with that speed, and already you can see he's closing down. I have to imagine these cars pretty similar in a straight line, you think?
Potentially, yeah. From a dig, I'm sure the Subaru has it a little bit more. And off some of the tighter corners, I'd say the Subaru has it more. But through some of the sweepers, the extra weight from that 4C probably helps it get a little bit better exit speed as well.
Yeah, over those rear tires.
But you're right, that gap doesn't really look like it's getting that much smaller.
Actually looked like the 4C pulled a little bit down the back straight. That was pretty impressive. But Halka now closes up on the brakes. He's going to pop into frame nice and close there. There he is. Again, just inch perfect. No drama. Just kind of sit there at this point. Rolling into this big long sweeper. We've talked about it a little bit before, but it's basically a double apex right-hander. Your hands never straighten up. You got to accelerate a little bit, but then check up. Oh, Make sure you're not going to shoot off at the end, and it's really easy to charge this brake zone, miss corners. We've seen drivers spin and go off here already today and in years past, but look at that. Halka closed it up, come across the start-finish line. Leclerc puts in a pretty good time at a 17.1. Halka 15.6 takes a 2.5-second victory.
So going into the next round here, it looks like we have the top 4 seeded cars in the street class going on to the next round. So we're going to see Austin Hurdle in this 370Z battling James Houghton in his EG Civic. And we'll also see Chris Newman battling Josh Halka, who we just saw beat out Anthony Leclerc. So it should be a pretty decent battle. I mean, in qualifying, most of these drivers were all within about a second of each other.
Yeah.
So actually, I think a little less than a second separates them, probably about 0.7. So really, it could go to anyone at this point.
It's definitely anyone's game, but no surprises there. It's seeds 1 and 4, Hurdle Houghton, and then seeds 2 and 3, Newman Halka. My favorite part about this is we have a big torquey V6 370Z. We've got a front-wheel drive Civic. We've got a rear-wheel drive BMW, a little older BMW, and an all-wheel drive WRX STI, all in the top of street, all in 8/10. I mean, that's a super cool dynamic in the street bracket. But we've already got warm-ups on the street modified bracket. We've got Leclerc and Halka rolling in. We'll catch Halka and get his thoughts on track conditions and see if it's any different out there with Jared DeAnda as he rolls by us here.
Yo, congratulations, Halka. Looks like you're going to be going against Newman. Have you taken a look at the BMW? Do you know your competition? Do you know who you're going against? And how is the track?
Chris actually beat me at Road America head-to-head, best of 3. We went to a final battle, and he ended up coming on top. So we know each other and each other's cars pretty well. I think it'll be a really exciting battle.
All right, well, you're moving on to the Final Four. Congratulations, man. All right, back to the action.
There we go, moving on to street modified brackets. There's a beautiful look at potentially the most beautiful car here. That is Jeremy Boysen in his Porsche Cayman GT4 against Sally McNulty in her Subaru STI. Now this is actually the second battle of the street modified bracket because Mr. P1 seed Sean Krebsbach has inherited yet another bye run with mechanical failures from Fiona Liu. So this is moving quick through street modified, already our second battle technically on this bracket. Earlier today, Jeremy had a pass, and he actually chose, both of these drivers had bye runs in the first round, chose to take a sighting lap. So they've seen the track today already, but not in anger, theoretically. These guys both dialed in actually pretty much on top of each other.
Pretty close, about a half second.
Yeah. Sally McNulty, 112.8, although she went to a 112.2 earlier in that one practice lap. And then Jeremy Boysen, 112.3. So call it a tie on dial-in times. They're most of the way through this first flyer. Look at the Porsche flick around on the exit.
And this should be the closest battle up to this point in this street modified class. You know, Sally qualified 5th and Jeremy qualified 4th. Jeremy getting a real good run there out of the sweeper, using up a lot of the track. A little bit
Good
loose
rotation.
there.
Yeah, loose on the way in, gets a slide. Probably late to power there, didn't help him any. But he's going to click across the line. Again, dialed in the 12s. He's a 113.1. Sally McNulty takes the win by 2.5 tenths with a 112.8.
Yeah,
So
slight upset there, man. So, you know, Jeremy was actually seated a little bit ahead of Sally, but Sally able in that first battle to kind of take the win there. So these drivers will reset and go at it again. If Sally can take another win, she's moving on to battle Sean Krebsbach.
Absolutely. A good drive for Sally McNulty. And I think another aspect of this is that Subaru, it really likes to run cooler. All-wheel drive cars like the tires cooler and the turbos cooler. The GT4, I would expect, needs a little more front tire heat. And we could see this swap and go to a one more time, this time by. Sally McNulty has resumed the lead now of Jeremy Boysen in the chase position. Both of these drivers have wheel-to-wheel experience, so they can be pretty comfortable running in close quarters and being around other cars on track. Resetting for round number 2. Beautiful look. Sally flashes through the screen there, and Boysen right behind.
These two cars make speed in such a different way, too.
Yeah.
The GT4 is more about the handling and the cornering, while Sally Subaru has a lot of power. It works well in the corners, but not as well as that GT4.
Yeah, and Sally working with a completely new suspension setup this weekend. She said she's having a hard time, the team is having a hard time dialing it in such a short you know, the format of this event is short. It's hard to tune suspension in that environment, but successful so far as Sally on the first flyer. Boysen in the chase position in the Cayman, flashes onto the screen right there. That's a big gap resumed between the two cars, but Sally already down into the hairpin, dives on the brakes, sets up nice and wide. Looking good to get the power down on the Subaru.
So again, we saw Sally win that first part of the battle. Can she do it again, sending Jeremy Boysen packing? We'll find out in just a moment. But that gap looks like it's increased pretty significantly there, coming down that back straight.
Yeah, I got to agree. I didn't take a super tight note of. It looks like you can see Sally's car pushing though. We just talked about tire temp. The fronts on that car might be starting to go away in just under 2 laps there. She's keeping it tight and tidy though. I do think she's doing a good job there. We haven't seen Boysen flash in yet.
All right.
Now
And coming up to the
us.
last corner for Sally. Again, if she can beat out Jeremy Boysen, she will send Jeremy packing, and Sally will move on to the next round. We'll see what these lap times are, though.
So close to call. Sally McNulty consistent, 112.9. Jeremy Boysen can't get it done. Sally McNulty takes the win by a half second in the second round and goes on to the quarterfinals to face up against number 1 seed Sean Krebsbach. Good effort from Jeremy Boysen, but just could not get it done against that all-wheel drive Subaru. Good drive from Sally. As those drivers cool down, we're doing some mix and match. We've got actually some hardship laps for some track mod competitors headed out, and then we're going to see another really close battle. Actually, Eric DeWitt, first time for him out, Dewey, and then Mike Amick, who took a sighting lap earlier but has not competed. Both of these drivers have not done competition laps yet today. See there on the left, Dewey DeWitt and Amick next up, and then Shylin Wu and Alex Moss, who had a bye in the first round, hasn't seen the track yet in competition yet either today. So that's what we've had, a lot of buys just based on the car counts in each class. We're going to see new cars each time out throughout these second round of battles. It's going to be really interesting. I think we'll see some upsets like that as Sally McNulty is with Jared DeAnda.
All right, I'm here with Sally McNulty. Sally, congratulations. You're moving on to the Final Four.
Awesome. Thanks, man. Super cool.
I mean, you're killing it out there. Who's she going against? Who's Sally going against?
Krebsbach.
So who's that?
Sean Krebsbach.
Sean Krebsbach. Are you familiar? Are you pumped?
Oh, just remember this. I'm pumped. He's first place, but I'm going to give it my best, man. Never giving up.
All right, Sally, congratulations. Moving on. Again, going against Krebsbach. Get out of here. Get prepped. Get your mind right. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks, Jared. On track now, we've got Eric Dewey DeWitt and Michael Amick out there about to start their first part of their battle. Now, we haven't seen either Dewey or Michael Amick on track today, I believe. The way the bracket worked out, Dewey ended up moving through, and Steve Sullivan, who was supposed to compete against Michael Amick, didn't show. So sending Michael Amick all the way through to this round now, and it'll be him versus Dewey. Dewey, the third-seeded competitor coming into the bracket, but really not too much slower. Down in the 6th seed position, Michael Amick, we're looking at a 111.4 potential versus a 112.8. So there's about 1.4 seconds there, but right now, it's really anyone's ballgame.
Absolutely, yeah. You can see the cars look pretty similar, both Subarus, both all-wheel drive. Mike Amick's cars definitely got more development a couple years into that car. Dewey, fresh build, that's the boogeyman, and he actually found the wall in that car yesterday on the right front. You see it's mostly duct tape at this point, but kind of the nice part about a track car that's already a little bit ratty. It's not a big deal. You put it back together with some tape, and that thing is fast. I talked to him at the lunch break, and he's like, I need a 10, I need a 10, I need a 10. So I don't even know that he's focused on this battle. He just wants that 10.
He just wants to go fast,
He
man.
just wants
Ricky
to go
Bobby.
fast. All right, nice and tight. We got a good in-car. There's a good view of the first corner. Nice, tight left-hander. Blows right past the apex a little bit, but gets it dialed in. Not off the track there. Into a faster left-hander. Dewey onto the back straight. Amick right behind.
Hey, you know, theoretically, Dewey should be pulling away from Michael and Mick right now, but I'm not really seeing it happening.
No, Mike's doing a great job so far keeping that battle nice and tight. Both of these cars make great speed in a straight line, put power down well. You see Dewey's car is actually pulling away pretty comfortably down this back straight, and this is Dewey's response to, I'm going to build a to-the-limit street modified car, and it is wildly fast, but like I said, brand new build. And that was that gap that you see there is all straight line speed. Coming back into the stadium section, if Amit can close this back up, he is the slower driver on qualifying, but could be an upset. Good rotation from Dewey there into the big sweeper. How much track does he use? Keeps it pretty close to the correct track surface into the final corner. It's a big dig right here for both all-wheel drive cars. Almik a little bit behind, chasing it. Big slide.
Oh, a little
Keeps
slide.
it on the track, but had to bail out of it. And I think that's going to hand the win pretty easily to Dewey. 1:11.7 for Dewey. Almik 1:13.1. That was going to be a close battle until that last couple corners.
Yeah, you know, it looked like maybe Michael and Mick started feeling the pressure a little bit as he wasn't able to quite close that gap that he wanted to up to Dewey. So definitely feeling the pressure a little, but we'll reset these guys and go at it one more time.
And that's the thing with this is you're in that chase position. You can see the guy right in front of you. You know he's right there. You're pushing super hard. You missed your braking point just a little bit. You get behind. You get on power. You're chasing the car, and it all goes away. Time attack is not typically a quote-unquote wheel-to-wheel or a close contact sport in motorsports, but this environment is different. You have to be able to be close to the car. You have to be able to keep your cool, your composure. These guys are going to reset, and Almik will have that lead position. Maybe he can respond and set it to one more time.
And then shortly after this battle, we will see Shylin Wu versus Alex Moss. See them right here in front of the booth, ready to go out. So that will be a good battle to watch as well.
Looking at the YouTube chat, we have a family from the UK saying hi to Alex already. So he's got fans tuned in from around the world. Cheer him on. He's that P2 seed. But first, Almik. There's Dewey.
Yeah, Dewey getting a little sideways there as he begins his flyer lap. And there we go. We can kind of see Dewey looking like he's already closing the gap a little bit on Michael and Mick. Michael and Mick not tracking out all the way there. Not quite sure if he might be having some sort of mechanical issue. I definitely saw him using a lot of the track earlier, so not quite sure what's going on there with Michael Almik at the moment.
Might just be trying to be clean, but yeah, it does look like he's staying under the limit of the car. Dewey's looking good right now, closing that gap up down the back straight just a little bit again. Into the big sweep. Yeah, again, you're right. Not quite tracking out naturally. Where Dewey's looking just a little more smooth, using up that track surface. Gap hasn't changed much though. Almik chucks it in hard. Big sweep across the spectator hill. See if he can gather it up this time. He's in deep again. Oh, he was deep again. I think he was doing everything he needed to do up until that last sequence again. Just got in deep on the brakes, and sure enough, times in Dewey 1:12.2, Almik 1:12.6. And you saw he had that deep moment in the last corner. I think Almik had everything done to make it a one more time until that last little bit. The pressure just gets to you.
Yeah, I think that might have cost him. He could have had it going up into that point, looking real good, but looked like he may have blown that braking zone a little bit into that last corner, causing the car to understeer and then just killing that straight line speed coming up to the finish line.
Absolutely, and that means number 3 seed Eric Dewey DeWitt continues on to the quarterfinals, and he will go up against this next battle's winner, Shylin Wu and Alex Moss. Again, Alex got some cheer section on the YouTube chat. Tuned in to watch him go. He's the P2 seed, so he's the favorite by about 3 seconds on qualifying times, 1:10.5 to a 1:13.2. But Dewey, he didn't get his 10. He's not going to be happy till he gets that 10.
So we'll see him on track at least one more time, potentially 2 more times as well, because all of these remaining competitors now in the next part of the bracket we'll know who's going to the finals, but we also have to have an extra battle to see who takes 3rd place.
Yeah.
For the bracket battles.
Absolutely. Well, we have a moment to breathe. Track Mod and Unlimited cars. This is going to go quick. Track Mod and Unlimited cars, please head towards the grid area Here at M1 Concourse, we got the last battle rolling into the pit lane. Eric Dewey DeWitt taking the win in the Boogeyman. Flailing his arms, getting the cheer section going. You know what? The thing about Dewey is he's no fun.
No, Dewey's the most boring driver in the paddock,
He is.
for sure.
Jared's going to stop him real quick and get his thoughts.
Oh, man, look at this thing. Different color. I mean, this thing is like a million different colors. It looks like a calico cat. But Dewey, the Boogeyman, this vehicle is gnarly, but you're putting it together, man, getting loose.
Oh, dude, it's a ton of fun. The team put together an amazing car for me. This thing is an absolute riot. It's the best. It's so much fun to drive now. Then the crowd and everything. God, dude, I'm having such a great time here.
Thank you so much. Congratulations, bro. Keep it moving. All right, Boogeyman. I think it's the Boogeyman not because he's scary. Again, he's the Boogeyman not because he's scary, because he's dancing. He's getting that, shaking that.
Oh, he's
back
boogieing.
end. He's dancing his way through the course.
I like that. Good enough. All right. Back on track, Alex Moss, and they are popping into frame. Shylin Wu. Looking like they're on the limit on their first flyer already. Moss, P2 seed. Wu, P7 seed in the Turbo 6 Mustang. Car makes some... Doesn't quite match the look of the Mustang, but it makes cool noises. I do like that car. And then the K24 Turbo S2000 diving into the sweeper already. Moss, barely keeps it on track. He was really deep into the carousel there.
He's putting it all out there, man. He really, really wants to move on to the next round.
He was really deep, almost risked that 4 off. That's an auto DQ, but he salvaged it. He does have a little bit of time in his pocket on the qualifying times. He can make a mistake like that, potentially get away with it. And if you're going to make a mistake, this first round's the time to do it. You have chances to recover, but looks like he's done that. Gets it down into the last couple corners here.
Alex Moss, your second-seeded competitor coming in.
Wow.
110.997 for that lap. Shylin Wu, 112.879. So with a very commanding lead, Alex Moss wins that first portion of the battle. These drivers will swap positions, and Shylin Wu will lead off Alex Moss. Alex Moss in chase. If he can pull off another win, he'll be moving on to battle Eric Dewey DeWitt in Boogeyman in the next round.
Yeah, Wu, that's actually a personal best for him at 12.8, so that's a good performance out of the Mustang. But the thing that stands out most to me, Alex Moss, he had that huge mistake basically down into the carousel and
still
barely
did a
kept it
110.
on track, did a 110 still. I mean, that car's got a lot of speed in it, I think. If anybody should be worried about seeing that kind of performance, it's Sean Krebsbach, who's also in the 110s in that Evo.
Yeah, the way, if things pan out and Sean Krebsbach is able to beat out Sally McNulty, we could potentially see a real decent battle between Sean Krebsbach and whoever wins the next round, or we might see a good battle between Sally.
Absolutely. More and more cheer section in the YouTube land for Alex Moss. As we set again for round number 2. Wu leading, Moss chasing.
And the arrow on that Whoosh Mustang looks pretty crazy, man, especially for, for a street mod car. It's a pretty aggressive splitter, one of the more aggressive splitters that we've seen on a street mod car.
Yep.
So, which a big heavy Mustang, a little sideways there from Shylin Wu.
Big slide through the first corner. Now he's on his heels. He's got to make up a bunch of time, and he's already on the lower hand.
Looked like Alex Moss was kind of dancing through that last corner there a little bit as well.
Big sparks under brake from the splitter of that Mustang. Gets the nose down on the ground so the car can turn in, and then big into the power section. Gotta think the Mustang has a little bit of advantage, and sure enough, he's driving away into the distance a little bit. More sparks from the front of that splitter. This is where Moss gathered up his mistake last time through. Gets through it cleanly this time. Uses all the track nice and clean. All right, hard left into the stadium section. The Whoosh Mustang still out front by a bit. Kind of hard to say if Moss has been able to close that gap up. Wu has responded really nicely after that mistake on the first corner. Oh, big another mistake.
Little sideways. Man, he's just putting it all out there, and sometimes that's what happens. Hopefully it didn't cost him too much. He was looking pretty good, but it does look like that gap has shrunk a little bit. But we'll see what the official times are. And Alex Moss, 113.558 against Shylin Wu's 114.127. Alex Moss winning out both rounds, will be moving on to battle Eric Dewey DeWitt in Boogeyman. So your street mod bracket is now down to the final four. We're going to see Sean Kresbach battling Sally McNulty, and Eric Dewey DeWitt will be battling Alex Moss for the final spot in the street mod bracket.
I noticed there it says Moss/Super K. Is that car entered as a team?
I think it may have been at one point,
Okay.
but not quite sure now. I know last year it was actually Andy Smedegaard and Alex Moss kind of trading off using that car.
That's what got me wondering. If it's
Yeah.
a team-entered car, theoretically anybody can drive it. But we won't speculate. Sean Krebsbach, Sally McNulty, Dewey DeWitt, Moss, your final four in the street modified brackets. They are rolling into pit lane. We'll talk to Jared in a second, but on track warming up, Jeremy Swenson, top seed from track modified, the 107.4, and that car does nothing but go fast everywhere it goes this year. So Jeremy, one to watch, arguably the only guy to beat in track modified on raw pace. He's going up against number 8 seed Ronnie Solomon in the RS Motors Evo. Right behind us, though, before we get to that track modified battle, Jared Deanda is with Alex Moss.
Sir Alex Moss, congratulations. You'll be going against the Boogeyman, Mr. Dewey DeWitt. Do you think you have what it takes to take him out?
We'll see. Dewey's fast. Dewey's really fast, so we'll see.
He's having a blast, man. Again, you're a big dude in a small car, but you're putting it down. And again, Dewey, like you said, he's very fast. How's the track feeling for you? Everybody's saying it's really loose.
Yeah, it's pretty slick, but it's fun. It's a good track. I like it.
Smashing, love. Keep it moving. Mind the gap.
Perfect. All right, and then we're going to cut away to this perfect.
Oh, look, we got picture-in-picture going now. Wow, look at that. Yeah, that Specialty Fields production team, man, just adding more and more stuff. We saw some in-car video added earlier today, and now we have picture-in-picture there for a moment.
Nothing but high tech for speed ring.
All right, on track right now, we see Jeremy Swinson in that C6 Corvette up against Ronnie Solomon in the RS Motors Evo. Jeremy Swinson, your top-seeded competitor, coming in to the brackets up against Ronnie Solomon, who's seeded 8th. So there are about 4 seconds that separate these two drivers here.
I was going to say they were perfectly spaced at the start of the lap, and that means that Jeremy Swenson has certainly pulled away by now. You can see that gap has extended out. That C6 ZR1 supercharged power as he comes nice and composed back into the spectator section across in front of us. And as he sweeps behind us, we're going to stop talking so that you listen to the insane noise of this Corvette. I mean,
that sounds nuts, man. That sounds really nice.
All right, so Jeremy Swenson wrapping up his first competition lap on the day. He had 2 buys already. Comes across the line, 107, his dial in. Waiting on our timing and scoring to update here. Going to unofficially call Swenson the winner based on pace visibly, but we don't know the times. Solomon had a bit of a hill to climb, having dialed in about 4 seconds back in the Mitsubishi Evo.
Yeah, and Jeremy Swinson has just been on a tear this season.
Yeah.
So it's really good to see him out and here at Speedring competing as well. Really commanding lead for qualifying coming in to the brackets. I mean, I think he was maybe 3.5 seconds ahead of his next closest competitor.
Yep, that's a gap we don't see very often, especially at one of these big, top, high-profile time attack events where all the fast cars come out. And Jeremy Swenson and Sean Krebsbach, top seeds in both street mod and track mod, kind of run together, padded together. They're up from the North Dakota, Minnesota area, and both of those guys have really stepped up their programs this year in the Corvette and the Evo, respectively. I'm still waiting on times. Sorry for the filler here, but we want to see if Jeremy Swenson matched his time, and sure he did. 107.4 to Solomon's 111.8. They basically both dialed in to their same qualifying times, but look at that. Swenson repeating that commanding lead. Solomon now in the lead. Look at that, setting up super, super wide, get the power down early in that all-wheel drive Evo. Swenson leaving himself a smart gap.
Yeah, I mean, there was about a 4-second difference in lap time there. So Jeremy Swinson needs to make sure that he gives himself enough space to where he's not right on Ronnie, but he did leave a big enough gap that he can be right on Ronnie's tail there at the end and still be able to pull out the win.
Yep, you see the Evo again deep down, setting up wide, get the power down, grabs a little bit of curb. Swenson from right behind just gets that ZR1 supercharged power down nice and clean. What impresses me most is you almost never see drama out of this Corvette. It's got so much power and so much tire and all the aero, but you really don't see it move around a lot. It just kind of carves and makes speed. And again, Swenson cut that gap in half at least. He's got another half a lap to catch up to Solomon. Solomon hustling the Evo the best he can. He might just be a little bit outgunned. Back in front of us here, and certainly, oh, look at that little bit of catch into the big final sweep. How much room does Solomon use on the run out? About half of it.
Yeah, but Jeremy Swinson is right there on his tail now.
Yep, all over the bumper. Swenson put his stamp on that one, and a 109.8 for Swenson, 112 for Solomon. Slows down just a little bit, a 2.5 second win after matching his dial-in 107. Swenson takes the win comfortably in the Corvette. So on the bracket there on the left, unfortunately we had a mechanical failure for the Luke McGrew Viper ACR. He lost an axle yesterday and is not here, so Chris Boersma will automatically advance into the quarterfinals. He took a hardship lap a little bit earlier, so he's seen the track. He hasn't actually turned a lap in competition, but the car's been out twice today. Make sure it's running fine, get Chris's head in the game. And that means we're moving straight on to Eric Fleming and Eric Stittle. And that means we can kind of talk about the rest of, we said Jeremy Swenson's kind of the guy to beat in the 107s. Everybody else is on the same second between a low 109 and a low 110. And that starts right here with Eric Fleming in the Corvette, a 109.3. Eric Stittle, Andrew Stittle, sorry, in the Swift. Believe it or not, 110.6.
It's pretty quick, man.
Out of that Suzuki Swift.
Pretty quick. So it's pretty swift, would you say?
I got nothing for you. But we got Jeremy Swinson rolling into the pit lane now. He's going to roll past JRD, and we're going to get his thoughts on his first competition run. Can you even hear him over the engine?
Yo, Jeremy Swinson shutting down this hot rod. The rear-wheel drive versus all-wheel drive, but you got that 107 as your best lap time so far. But I understand it's getting pretty loose out there. And, again, some of these all-wheel drive vehicles, they're coming for you.
Yeah, it's plenty slick. I know he definitely had a little advantage off that hairpin turn. But the American horsepower, give me a fist bump. American horsepower showing through, and we definitely caught him there. So I don't know what I ran, but
what was his time? I don't know. They're calculating, but regardless, this format it really it really keeps everybody pretty bunched up. Rear wheel drive, all wheel drive, horsepower versus nimble, and it's only a mile and a half.
It's a lot of fun to race. Most of us don't ever do wheel to wheel, so it's pretty fun running this tight with guys. And I'd love to get a little tighter, but I'm not trying to get in trouble either. So.
That's right. Congratulations, buddy. You're moving on. Again, Swinson, he'll be going against, who's Swinson going against?
Chris Boersma.
Chris Boersma. So you're going against Boersma in that Civic. Loud and proud. Back to you guys.
All right, on track now. We've got the battle between Andrew Stittle and Eric Fleming. Now, these two drivers qualified yesterday about a second, a little over a second apart. Two very different cars, though. You see the C6 Corvette of Eric Fleming up against that Suzuki Swift of Andrew Stittle. Now, that Swift, from what I understand, it's a K20 supercharged car that weighs 1,775 pounds without drivers. So it's still, it's a feather light, especially compared against that Corvette.
Absolutely, and these are the first competition runs for both of these drivers, both having a bye in the first round. They took a sighting lap, both each, to make sure that they are kind of in the mindset of competition. But first competition laps for the Corvette and the Suzuki Swift. The gap looks to be advantage Corvette as they cross the line, and it's a 110.5 for Fleming, 111.5 for Andrew Stittle. So sure enough, Corvette takes the win by a second on the first run. He's going to woe up and let that Suzuki Swift get back in front. But only a second apart between these cars. You could not prep cars more differently. Front-wheel drive, 1,700 pounds, swapped engine, and then a bunch of aero. That Corvette, I would not call it super extreme. Makes a bunch of power. It's a little bit heavier. Most of the reason these Corvettes end up in track mod is because they need the amount of tire the track mod allows. Most street mod classes don't allow anything over a 285, and Corvettes just don't really utilize tires that small.
Yeah, that Suzuki Swift, probably one of the more unique vehicles here, along with Scott Molitor's 13B swap Subaru. So really cool to see Andrew Still out there with that very, very unique car. I mean, the Suzuki Swift is essentially a Geo Metro.
Yeah.
There's really nothing to it. That it was meant for, for people that wanted affordable transportation to be able to get to work. And now it's a race car.
Just look how flat it is. I mean, it's just kind of a slot car on the surface, but he's kept the pace up. Coming onto his second flyer, he's got to make it up about a second on times that we've seen today. Good gap between the two drivers. Rolling through the first corner and straight into the second corner. It almost drives just like one corner, and then down a short straightaway into a heavy braking zone for a hard hairpin. Look at the little bit of slide from the Corvette in the background. He's pushing hard.
Yeah, if Andrew can manage to string together a real nice lap here, he might actually be able to pull it off and force a one-more-time battle between himself and Eric Fleming.
Absolutely, and look at the violence with which the Swift shifts. You can see the back end slamming down every time he grabs a gear.
Shifty Swifty.
Shifty Swift, yeah, Swifty Shifty. Hiking the tire through the sweeper, out to the track out curbing, and this gap is staying similar.
Yeah, and I'd venture to say, too, that Swift might have the advantage through this last part of the track. It gets pretty tight. But that Corvette does have a lot of tire, though. Kind of maintain a little bit of grip here through the sweeper.
It does, yeah. This steady state sweep is not the front-wheel drive car's friend, but it is a light car's friend, so that can offset each other. I think Eric done a really good job here. It's kind of hard to say exactly if they've maintained that gap, but he's done what he needed to, given himself the opportunity. The time in, it's a 109.2 for Fleming, so he's going to take the win on a new personal best by a bunch of time. And then Stittle, 110.8, valiant effort, not quite enough to get it done. And that's going to be Eric Fleming advancing on to the quarterfinals against either Michael Puglisi or Jason Harding. So we're going to see Corvette versus Evo or Corvette versus Corvette. Cool down for those drivers as the warm-up rolls out. We have a hardship for actually Sean Krebsbach taking a hardship behind us, and then Mike Puglisi, Jason Harding staged up. Harding in that C7 Corvette, the only C7 here in competition, and then Puglisi, very familiar with that Evo, home built, lots of development in that car. I would say Puglisi, if I have observed correctly over my time in this environment, takes his time building up to pace. He's dialed in at a 110.7, but I wouldn't be surprised to see that car drop to the 9s and even to the 8s if he makes it far enough as he kind of dials himself and that car into this competition.
Yeah, Puglisi is one of those drivers that seems to do really well under pressure.
And
we've seen him pull out a lot of surprising upsets over the years. So, but I think we're going to go down to Jared, who's going to get some words with both of these competitors.
Just a little bit off, man. A good, hard-fought battle this weekend. Unfortunately, not getting it done. The vet just a little bit faster.
It was close on that second lap. I fuel starved it. Unfortunately, we only got 5 gallons of fuel on it, so that's all I got for laps. And I think that might have made the difference. I haven't seen his times yet, but it was close for sure.
Yeah, really tight, good, hard-fought battle. Again, love your car. The Swift is definitely one of the most iconic vehicles out here, but we'll get with our winner over here. Again, congrats, dude. It was really close. You're moving on, man. Congratulations. Yeah, I mean, that thing's a hot rod, but back-to-back Corvette win.
Yeah, they're such different cars. This is amazing. I'm super happy, though, that I'm moving on.
Right on. Well, again, pay attention. This battle here, that's who you're going against. One of these guys out here on track. Back to you guys.
All right, we turn back to the track right now where we have Mike Puglisi up against Jason Harding. Jason Harding in that number 22 C7 Corvette up against Mike Puglisi in his DMR Racing Mitsubishi Evo. So we've got another rear-wheel drive battle versus all-wheel drive like we saw earlier with Jeremy Swinson versus Ronnie Solomon. Coincidentally, another Evo versus Corvette battle as well.
Absolutely. Second seed for Jason Harding. 102.9 his qualifying time over the past 2 days in that C7 Z06. And then, or is that a ZR1? I don't actually know. And then 10.7 for Puglisi. Gap looks to have stayed fairly similar between the two on the lap so far.
Yeah, and Jason Harding looking really composed, not really seeing too much of a wiggle from that car almost anywhere on track.
Oh, it looks good. Similar to Swenson, just no drama. Uses the grip it has very well. Harding comes across 108.9, personal best. Puglisi, personal best as well, 109.6. Not enough to take the win, but big speed from both of these cars in the first round. And that's what I was talking about with Puglisi. You see him build, and he's consistent. He doesn't make mistakes. We could see a one more time if Harding has a slip, but impressive to see a 108 out of Harding.
Attention to the paddock, all drivers and vendors. The wind is picking up. If you have an easy up, please make sure that you are able to strap that thing down so it doesn't go blowing all over the place. All right, so we just saw Jason Harding taking the first round battle win over Mike Puglisi by only about 0.7 of a second, so really not that far back. If Mike Puglisi can find, a couple tenths and a couple corners, he could be right there.
Absolutely, and then you look at the way these cars make speed. The Corvette's an easier car to make a mistake in. All-wheel drive cars, they put their power down almost no matter what. If you make a mistake, it recovers better. Corvette, it's a kind of a higher risk, higher reward car where you've got a bunch of power just through the rear wheels. I think Puglisi, like you've said, he's consistent, doesn't tend to make mistakes. This is going to be a great battle. These guys setting their distance to each other. Wow, Harding actually leaving a big gap. Doesn't want to deal with Puglisi at all. Look at that, Puglisi hard onto the first straightaway and into the first corner, pounding off that curb in the Evo. Looks like he was a little deep into the first corner, actually. Doesn't go off, recovers it. Two off.
Wow, it doesn't seem to have slowed him down at all, though, man.
Pushing hard. If you have a two off like that without any drama, that's just fast. Into the sweeper, grabs some more curb. Puglisi is on it. He wants to match that 108 or better. Hard to get both cars in the frame to see how Harding's doing, but the gap is still substantial.
So Mike Puglisi trying to search for a faster lap time than Jason Harding this time to force a one more time round. Jason Harding actually won the first part of the battle. So we'll see if Mike Puglisi can pull it out. Looking really good, though, man. This has been a really clean lap so far for Mike Puglisi.
Nice and composed. Sometimes fast just looks a little bit slow and not dramatic. He's tight and tidy into, turned in a little hard there, but hits the apex, gets the car pointed. He's going to trip the lights first for Puglisi. The Evo goes 109.5, a new personal best. What does Harding respond with? 109.8, Puglisi upsets him. We're going one more time in track modified bracket battles. Puglisi.
Very nice work, Mike Puglisi. So very impressive driving there. Like we were talking, it did look clean and maybe a little bit slower because no drama, but that's a very quick lap time. Obviously enough to force a one more time battle between himself and Jason Harding.
Certainly, and sometimes in this, when you're repeating laps, it comes down to tire management. If Puglisi was able to maintain some better grip with the all-wheel drive or not beat up those front tires too bad, which all-wheel drive cars can abuse, Harding's got to do everything with a bunch of power through those rear tires. If they start to go away and get a little bit greasy, the car could just get slower. We're going to see how it plays out in a one more time battle after they come in, reset. We may chat with them for a second, but we're rolling straight into the next bracket battle of Unlimited. That's the first round. Richard Boak and Dan Kroll are on deck, and you're not going to want to miss Richard Boak, the top qualifier, 103.1, the fastest car on site here so far. They're rolling out for their first battle.
I'm really excited about this. Now, Dan Kroll was able to make his way to this part of the brackets by beating out Grant Walker in that mechanical advantage Miata. But right now, the most excitement for me of pretty much the weekend right now, my eyes are completely on Richard Boak at the moment. Richard Boak running a 103.1 so far this weekend. But let's go ahead and cut down to Jared real quick, who's got Mike Puglisi.
Yeah, congratulations, man. You're the Corvette killer. We already have 2 Corvettes in the mix, but you're changing up with the all-wheel drive. Again, I know it's slick out there. It seems like you found the combo to take down your competitor.
Yeah, I was down 2 PSI this morning or yesterday, and that was just exactly what I needed to get the car to start rotating better. And I guess they say there can only be one red vet.
There you go, man. Congratulations. Give it up. Again, you're going to the Final Four. You're going against another Corvette, so get prepared. Back to you guys.
All right, and on track right now, we've got Richard Boak there in the Can-Jam Subaru WRX STI up against Dan Kroll in the IAG Performance Subaru WRX. So it is Subaru versus Subaru. Now, right now, though, my eyes are completely focused on Richard Boak. Richard Boak, fastest lap time ever turned here by a production car last year, 102.3. So far this weekend, his fastest has been a 103.1. I wouldn't be surprised to see him go a 102 or even potentially a full-on 101. Now, right now on the line for Richard Boak, $5,000 put up by Motivicity for the fastest lap time of the event. Richard Boak is solidly sitting in that position, but if history is any indication, he wants to put on a show and wants to run his personal best fastest lap time ever here at M1 Concourse.
And that's part of what Time Attack's about. It's always beating every, you want to be the fastest person at the event, but you've got your own target to beat each time. And obviously, almost 10 seconds separates these guys on dial-in times, 103 to 112. So Boak may not be super focused on the bracket battle at hand, but Kroll, he had some drama earlier, had an off just after the checkered flag flew, and he had to regroup. Found the wall, but the car was fine, and he's continuing on out there looking to improve on his 112. Look at the drama from Boak. It's like a slot car, just goes.
It is just visibly faster than everything else that we've seen here this weekend so far.
Unbelievable.
That thing is stuck to the ground, man. Absolutely stuck to the ground. No drama.
104.6 for Boak. Gets a good clean run in the books. No drama. It looks unbelievably fast. Just the way it makes its speed through the middle of the corner versus other cars here. It's probably not any faster at the end of the back straight than, say, Jeremy Swenson's Corvette because of power and aero, but just the way it makes its speed through the corners and into the corners is incredible. New personal best for Dan Kroll, though, a 112. Almost matches his personal best, 112.1. Good response from the IAG Subaru. Again, having both watched and paid attention to and competed against the Can-Jam Subaru myself, that car sometimes takes 2 laps to get its fastest lap in. Oftentimes you'll see it on its second lap. So I wouldn't be surprised, unless he gets hindered by the car in front, to see that car go faster the second run.
Yeah, and I'm really excited for those guys. The past 2 years, Richard Boak and the Can-Jam crew have come down here to M1 Concourse from Canada and unfortunately been able to not walk away with that top step of the podium. Hopefully this year for them, 3rd year's the charm. First year, Richard Boak had an issue where he went off, unfortunately DQing him from the bracket part of the competition. And then last year, a little bit of a snafu and a miscommunication with him, and ended up coming in right at the end of his second flyer lap, unfortunately DQing him because that is a 4-off during competition. So this year, though, hopefully they're able to keep everything together and be able to go on to the finals and potentially take home the win finally in year 3 for them in the unlimited class bracket.
Yep. Just a rough finger math. It was about 6 or 7 seconds gap between the cars at the start-finish line, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Richard Boak up all over the rear wing and back bumper of Dan Kroll at the end of this lap. But Dan Kroll still looking for personal bests. Can he get the 111, maybe even a 110? Boak, how quickly can he run down that Kroll Subaru?
Man, look at the closing pace right there. I mean, he has closed that gap significantly there on the back straight.
Just in the straight line. Through the sweeper, similar Subarus, but very different prep levels, even though they're both here in Unlimited. Both cars on race tires, and it's already into the braking zone of the spectator arena area. Boak all over the back of Kroll's, just going to camp there for the remainder of this back bracket battle.
Yeah, Richard Kroll looking like he's doing everything he can, but I I think he might be outgunned a little bit there by Richard Boak in the Can-Jam car.
Yep. Power down. Nice clean exits for both drivers. Time in for Dan Kroll. It's a 1:12.3. He's nice and consistent. Boak closes up that couple of seconds gap at the start to get a 1:07.7 and will advance on to the quarterfinals against whoever wins this next battle from from Unlimited. But first, going back to our one more time, Puglisi, Harding, track modified bracket battle.
This is for the final portion of the Final Four in track mod. Mike Puglisi able to pull out a flyer and be able to answer back to Jason Harding's first round win. So now we're going to send them around one more time and see who's going to go on for that final 4th position in the semifinals for track mod.
Yeah, our only one more time battle of the quarterfinals here in any of the brackets.
All right, in just a moment, we will get Richard Boak in here, and hopefully Jared DeAnda will be able to get a couple words with him. But I'm really hoping those guys will go for it later on in the day. I'd really love to see a 101 from that Can-Jam car. Just last year when they ran that 102.3, it completely blew my mind. That is a very fast lap time. I mean, heck, even that 104 that Richard Boak was able to do today, it's still pretty much faster than any of the other Unlimited class competitors had put down so far this weekend.
Yeah, and just to kind of put it into perspective, they say you want to go a 10th faster in Formula One, you spend $1 million. So to go from a 107 to a 104 from the top of track modified to the top of Unlimited, just with garage built technology and these incredible cars, really cool stuff. Jared DeAnda's with Richard Boak right now.
Right on. Well, congratulations. 103 earlier today, 107. Quite a big difference. What's changed from this morning from yesterday to today?
Not too much. We're just kind of saving the car till the end of the day. The first lap out, we did a 104.5. So we're just playing the long game here and looking forward to making our way through the finals.
Right on. Congratulations. I mean, again, you hold some of the fastest times here at this track. You have no room for mistake here at this track. Only 1.5 miles long.
No, yeah, it's definitely not a track that there's any room for error. So everyone's going to be on the early green, so the total battle makes it a little bit interesting. So we're looking forward to see how it all seeds out and hopefully make it all the way to the end.
Right on. Again, Canadian confidants here. See how it all works out. I don't know if you caught that. He's obviously Canadian. There we go. The Can-Jam vehicle is moving on. There you go, fellas.
All right, thanks, Jared. Back on track right now. We've got another flyer here. This is the one more time battle. You saw Mike Puglisi there getting a little overzealous with the curbing there, coming out of the horseshoe. Hopefully it didn't cost him.
Yeah, Puglisi, Harding, you got a big jump of the curb, some sparks flying for Puglisi, but I want to give the advantage to him right now. It looks like he's extended that gap out just a little bit. Harding had the first round won, and then Puglisi responded, taking a couple tenths win in the second round. This is our first one more time battle at the quarterfinals in any of the brackets. Puglisi right in front of us right now, looking tight, tidy. No drama from the Evo just behind him. Harding also looking clean deep into the last corner. This is where the power down of that Evo is going to help. Gets it squared up, squirts towards the finish line. Lap time in for Puglisi is going to be a 1:10.1. That's faster a little bit. 1:10.3 for Harding, and Puglisi winning 2 and 3 takes the win and advances into the quarterfinals for track modified. Yeah, really strong response from Puglisi after losing the first battle, takes the win in the second battle and goes fast enough to win by 2/10 in the third battle. That one more time. Eric Fleming will continue into the quarterfinals to face Michael Puglisi on the strength of that run, and then we're going to see Jeremy Swenson, Chris Boersma first when we return to the track battle brackets. With that track modified wrapping up, and we're going to continue on into Unlimited.
And right now, I mean, I'm very impressed with Michael Puglisi. He qualified in the brackets, or coming into the brackets, in 7th position, and has now found himself all the way in the Final Four. So probably the biggest upset that we've seen so far today.
On
beating
raw
out,
pace, yeah.
I mean, Jason Harding was seated 2nd in track modified, and now finds himself out.
And that's what we said a little bit earlier. Puglisi, one of those drivers who builds. This is one of those events that really rewards consistency and building upon yourself. You don't necessarily have to have qualified the fastest. You can still make your way to the finals and become the champion of your bracket. Puglisi pulling in nice, tight, and tidy right now. We're organizing up our next bracket battle, and Puglisi is going to talk to Jared Deanda in just a second.
Well, I kind of made a mistake earlier. I thought you won. You both won one race. That was my bad. Harding won the first race. You won the second. Goes to it one more time, and now you officially have won. So you are moving on now.
All right, awesome. Yeah, that's what I get for talking shit. It bites me in the ass.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, hey, again, that was my mistake, my bad. But now, again, there is an Evo. You're the Corvette killer once again.
Yeah, I guess so. A little mixed feelings right now. You sure?
I think so, right? He did win? Okay, there it is. Okay, all right. Congratulations, he does win. Well, let's talk with Harding here real quick. Get on up here. Harding, always good to see you. This K-Tech vehicle, awesome looking vehicle. Unfortunately, you got taken out. He's the Corvette killer, man. Again, it came down to that one more time battle.
Yeah, it was pretty slick out there. I had a hard time getting it to stick, sliding all over the place, so couldn't put down a good time.
Yeah, it's again, I'm understanding that you would think that the drift tires and the drift rubber being laid down would help, but it really changes the landscape of the surface.
Oh yeah, the car's all over the place. That first one I saw 108 on the dash here, so that's my fastest time around this track, so I'm pretty happy with that.
Right on. So it is a win still for you. Again, congratulations. He's moving on, or Harding's out. Puglisi moves on.
Yeah, Puglisi almost sounded like he was a little surprised he won, but he won it on raw pace. And that takes us on to the unlimited battle bracket battles. Aaron Byram and James Houghton out for the first time. Both cars have seen sighting laps earlier today to make sure they are good to go and in the right mindset. But first competition runs, and James Houghton.
Did you see that Evo three-wheeling just now?
I did a little bit, yeah. And but I was going to say, Houghton in the unlimited brackets twice. He's got 2 unlimited cars here. He's actually got the potential to face himself in the finals. We don't know what happens if that happens.
Yeah,
but I
you
think
just flip a coin and figure out which car goes on?
No, I think you should have to drive both at the same time.
Yeah. Oh, that'd be fun.
Figure it out, James. Come on. You did this to yourself. So Aaron Byram, a little bit on the lower hand here with a 109.1 qualifying time. Houghton 107.4. I don't know a lot about this Evo, but it's a new car to James for driving.
James doesn't know a lot about the Evo either.
Okay, fair enough. So pretty close. I mean, in unlimited terms, to be less than 2 seconds off of each other, that's realistically anybody's game at this point. But the pure tuning STI versus the
Northern Speed,
Evo. Houghton, Byram. Houghton's got the lead on the first battle here. It looks like that car's got some pretty good porpoising action under load. You see it hopping about just a little bit. Lots of grip from the tire with the suspension. Not quite able to handle the loads potentially of all that downforce in the grip. Three-wheeling in there just like we saw earlier, coming around on the first flyer. I think Houghton's extended it just a little bit. And to wait and see. Look at the turn in on that car. So sharp, so clean. Get a little bit of that porpoising. Houghton's going to come across with a 107.5. That's actually almost a personal best. And then an actual personal best for Aaron Byram on a 109.0. 1.5 second win to James Houghton in the Evo. But a good effort from Byram in the STI.
So these drivers will swap position and go for it again. I think James is still learning a little bit about driving that Evo. We saw him earlier in that Street Class EG that he is driving, and now that, and in just a moment we'll see him again in his Integra.
Well, talk about the challenge of driving 3 different cars at one event, 2 of which are 10 seconds faster than the other one.
Yeah,
I mean that's a tough day to kind of wrap your head around. But James Houghton, if anyone here is going to do it, he's got the experience in this format and in time attack to do that. Look at the gap he's leaving himself too, letting Byram just kind of drive away, almost alarmingly so. I think he's okay though.
Yeah, hopefully there's no mechanical issues with that car. I know earlier in the weekend they were still shaking some bugs out of it, so hopefully he's able to complete another lap. But Aaron Byram out there trying to find about a 1.5 seconds to be able to beat out James Houghton. 1.5 seconds is what separated them in the first portion of the battle. But we'll see where James Houghton is. There he is, going for a flyer.
Barely even in the same frame, but again, it just comes down to lap time. I think Houghton maybe just wants clear sight lines, no distractions. Byram going to try to leave him in the dust a little bit. It's going to have to find close to 2 seconds to take the win, which is a challenge when you're going as fast as he already is. A little bit behind on the exit onto the back straightaway, but gets it pointed and shot. You can hear the screams of those turbo 2-liters way off in the distance here from the broadcast booth.
Sounds glorious.
It does sound glorious. You got to wonder what the rest of Detroit thinks right now. But you saw Houghton pop up just a little bit over that crest as Byram disappeared into the sweeper. Byram now just in front of us now into our sights. Houghton appears moments later. Really hard to tell at this point who's made up any ground or anything, but Byram looks clean.
Yeah, not too much drama there from Aaron Byram. Just kind of being a machine, knocking out this lap.
Absolutely. Time's going to be 109.1. But Houghton, I think that gap looks a little shorter to me. Is it a 107, maybe even 106? 7-3 takes the win by 1.8 seconds for Houghton. And that's going to advance him into the quarterfinals against Richard Boak. Again, we're going to see Houghton again in a different unlimited car, his Integra. Probably feels like home more than anything to him in 2 battles here.
So up next on deck, though, we're going to see Andy Smedegaard, another driver that we've heard from already in these street brackets, up against David Calzada. So this will be Evo versus K24 swapped Miata. So 2 very different cars, 2 very different ways to make power. But this will be a fun battle to watch.
Yeah, 6 seconds on qualifying separates these drivers. Smedegaard was your P3 seed at a 105.2. That's among the fastest cars here on the property at M1 Concourse. David Calzada, much slower and a much less prepped car at a 111.0. I say slower, but that's still moving. That Miata, though, you can promise that it's going to run, I think, every single lap that you give it the chance to. These really, really high-strung unlimited cars aren't always the case, so we'll see how this unfolds with Calzada Smedegaard rolling into the pit lane now. Black masses of aerodynamics.
Real quick, for any drivers that are out of the brackets, please remember to return your transponder. We'll go down to Jared DeAnder real quick, who has James Houghton fresh off of his win.
All right, old watermelon head here. Again, nobody has been Gallagher and smashed the watermelon. James, a brand new car. You can take off your lid if you want. Go and take it off. But again, this car, from what I understand, was stock 2 months ago. This is not showroom floor. Contrary to popular belief, this is not OEM, that front splitter there. But again, Houghton seems like, oh, all right. Well, I mean, do you want me to, am I the valet? Am I keeping it up front or what? Hey, this is, hold on one second. This is, so I like those shoes, by the way. Get a shot of baby shark feet over here. All right, so, right on. Good job, man. I Instagrammed you earlier. James, a new car. How's it feeling?
Feels really good. We had some problems with the car yesterday. We got them all dialed in today. It's only going to get faster from here.
Awesome. All right. Well, I'll let you get back to business. Congratulations. Leave me hanging. All right. Back to you.
So that's Houghton getting out of the car, walking over to his other car, getting strapped in just in time to get into our final unlimited battle in this bracket. But we're hot and heavy into the third battle. Smedegaard, Calzada. See the difference in prep level of these cars. That first one, that Evo, looks like an unlimited car. The second one, the Miata, much less prep done to that car, but Calzada's been consistent and has made his way into the quarterfinals here. We've got Smedegaard powering down the back straight into the sweeper already. Dial in of that car, a 105.2. He's going to be looking for 4s or 3s if he can get there.
Yeah, and that gap is quite large now. If you would have caught it at the very beginning, it wasn't on screen, but I peeked over at the beginning of the lap. Coming up to the start-finish, David Calzada was essentially almost right on the bumper of Andy Smedegaard.
Oh, wow.
So that gap has increased significantly.
Yeah, as you would expect if everything goes to plan for both of these drivers. You know, you can see there's more drama to this Evo than there has been some of the other unlimited cars. It's not nearly the spaceship that some of the other cars are, I don't believe, but it makes plenty of speed in its own right. 105.3, that's almost the fastest time that Smedegaard has run in that Evo. But you just take note of the difference in how that car looks on track versus the Can-Jam car. It's dramatically different, even though they're making almost the same second on lap time. Calzada comes in 12-1. Good effort from David there.
Yeah, we've got Andy Smedgard serving up Gappetizers at Gapplebee's there. Unfortunately, a little bit outgunned there with David Calzada. David doing as much as he can, though, with that K Miata. I don't know if you saw in the background of some of the shots, you could see him taking as much curbing as he could, just trying to get everything he can. But when you only have about 300 horsepower and rear-wheel drive, lighter weight, you're still a little outgunned when you're up against 600 or so horsepower with all-wheel drive and a lot more aero.
And you wonder why it's that way. This Miata is on race tires, and Unlimited's the only category that allows race tires here in speed ring competition, along with most time attack competitions. So while the car itself may not be prepped nearly to the same level, it's the tires you put it on that kind of dictate where you get to compete at times. So Calzada sweeps in front of us right now. Tons of grip and plenty of power from that car as it is, but Smedegard backing up, getting himself a gap in the RS Motors Evo. See, he's not even trying to get on it yet. Calzada already through, ticking the green flag and taking to the first corner.
Yeah, that K Miata is actually has been looking really, really planted throughout most of the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
So relatively little drama from it. Occasionally you'll see a little wiggle, but it's very well driven.
A little bit of lockup on the way down into the hairpin, but gathers it up. Saw that quick puff of smoke, but uses all the corner to get off. Rolling speed is king with this Miata because it doesn't necessarily have the power, even though it's making about 300 horsepower or more, I think. Down the back straight, into the big carousel. It's the heavy braking zone, down one gear, down to a late apex, all the way out to that curve. Look at Calzada driving great, I gotta say. Looks nice and composed, but using all the track. Dives out into a little bit of that extra pavement on the way into this tight left-hander. Smedegard has not driven up to the back bumper quite as much as we might expect.
I think he's definitely closed that gap a little bit, but might be taking it easy, a little easier than what he could be doing.
Oh, Calzada's in deep. Yep, way off that curve. He's pushing super, super hard. Smedegard comes in nice and tight across the start-finish line into frame right there. Calzada 11.7, a good lap. But a 106.6 from Andy Smedegard in the RS Motors Evo advances him into the semifinals to face either Tyler Pappas or James Houghton V2. 2.0? What do we call it? 1.0.
That's the original.
The original.
So once again, where we stand at the moment, we're looking for whoever is going to take that fourth seat here for the Final Four in the Unlimited bracket. Up next is Tyler Pappas and James Houghton. Tyler Pappas out there in that BMW M2 up against James Houghton in his Integra Type R.
This is another battle pretty similar to what we just watched. Houghton dialed in much faster at a 104 flat in the Integra Type R. The BMW M2 behind is at a 111.8, so 7 seconds between those cars, almost 8. It's a very different prep level, but probably down to what tires they've chosen to run, putting them both in Unlimited here. Houghton, really, he doesn't have to light the world on fire here, but how do you resist? What do you do when you're coming into a battle like this? All right, rolling into pit lane now, Andy Smedegard in the RS Motors Evo coming up to Jared Deanda. Jared's going to stop him and give him a little chat.
Yo, congratulations. Another Evo up in the mix. Again, just how are you feeling out there? It seems like, you know, the sun and, again, the drift rubber being laid down doesn't really help you guys.
Right, yeah, definitely not optimal conditions, but that's the beauty of bracket battles. Is both drivers have to make do with what they're given.
How do you think you're going to progress? You got a shot. Who is he going against? Do we have who is it just yet? No, we don't know yet. So pay attention here. We got a couple of hot rods out there on track. I know Pappas is really fast as well.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe we'll try turning up power and see if we can keep going.
All right, keep it together. Congratulations. Moving on. Back to you guys.
All right, we come back to tire squeal and drama from the BMW M2 on the warm-up.
Yeah, so what could potentially happen here if James Houghton advances? He'll be battling Andy Smedgard once again. We saw them battle in the street class earlier.
Yeah.
James Houghton beating out Andy Smedgard. But we might be able to see them go and battle again. And there's a chance there's a small chance that James Houghton could be battling himself for the finals.
And we've seen James 3 times. This is the 3rd time we've seen him today, but this is home for him, that K-tuned Integra, which is at the North Speed Shop Integra now?
Yes,
I have to assume.
Northern Speed Racing,
Northern Speed Racing Shop. So that car is the car that James Houghton is most known in and for, most comfortable with. Dialed in at a 104.0. He's nipping the heels of that Can-Jam STI. Pace-wise, doesn't look like he's pushing all that hard this time through. Have to imagine he knows that it's most important to make it to the finals more so than it is to light the world on fire right now. He's extended the gap just a little bit over the M2 of Tyler Pappas, but Tyler pushing super, super hard. We saw big slides on the warm-up lap and on this flying lap. Houghton comes in at a 108.0, so that's 4 seconds off what he's done before. Pappas, that's going to be a 112.1. Pretty close to his fastest time, so good effort from the M2. And Houghton, I think a smart drive, when you talk about the reliability of an unlimited car and how high-strung they are, if you don't have to beat it to the ground, you probably don't want to.
Yeah, it might be a wise decision there not to try and put on a show for everybody and save those tires. Time Attack Racing can be slightly expensive. Those tires are only in their prime for a short amount of time. So I think James Houghton feeling pretty confident that he's going to be able to pull out another one here and be able to go on and battle Andy Smedgaard. But we've seen things happen, and anything could happen. If James has a mechanical or ends up going 4 off, we could have a little issue on our hands.
Maximum flight altitude reached.
Are we doing semifinals right now?
All right, Tyler Pappas looking pretty clean here on that reset lap. About to start their next flyer.
BMW still looks awesome. I love the setup on the car. The aerodynamics and delivery, it just looks proper for speed. Obviously not prepped to the same extent as the Integra, but starting a flyer into the first corner. Looking nice and composed so far. Just look behind me. We're rolling straight into semifinal competition, and the first car on grid is James Houghton's street car. So he's going to be 3 in a row here. He's probably just kind of taking it easy. Look at that big slide from Pappas. BMW trying to put the power down. Aerodynamics are not working at about 40 miles an hour as fast as that car is coming out of that corner. So that's all mechanical grip, and it's kind of running out of it. Houghton up underneath the BMW as they round the big sweeper down at the end of the back straight. Pushing really wide for Pappas. He's trying everything he can. He wants to set a personal best. He wants to show what that car can do. They both dive into that extra cutoff on the way into the tight left-hander. It's just full drift show now with the BMW M2. Comes into the big long right-hand sweeper right behind us in the broadcast booth. He's already sideways trying to hold on to it. Maybe just trying to put on a show for Houghton. Man.
I hope someone got a picture of that. That's going to look pretty awesome, man.
Still
there he goes, sideways again.
All right.
Yeah, I think he's just showboating a little bit now.
Absolutely. Good show, good effort from Pappas, a 113.2. Houghton takes the win by just about 2 seconds on that one.
If you're not going to win, at least look cool, right?
Amen. All about that. So sure enough, we're going to see the 4 we thought in the final semifinals. Richard Boak, James Houghton in the Evo coming up first, and then Andy Smedgaard, James Houghton's Integra against each other in the second battle. And if you hear that noise behind me, we're launching straight into street category semifinals.
Yeah, we've got Chris Newman on track battling Josh Hauka. So this is for a spot in the finals in the street category. And then we'll run James Houghton versus Austin Hurdle here in just a moment. But I think we're going to try and get Jared down to get a quick word with James Houghton, see how he feels about battling Andy Smedgaard once again, but not in the lowest class that we have, the street class, up in the top unlimited class. So we're going to see those guys go at it again.
All right, Houghton rolling in pretty quick. He might roll right past us. No interview for him. Straight to the next car for James Houghton. He's going to be our next battle on track after we see This is going to be semifinals in street.
I think we're going to send Jared down to talk to Tyler Pappas.
All right, Mr. Pappas, it was a hard-fought battle, but Houghton, man, he's got a lot of track time here this weekend. He's a hard act to follow.
Yeah, definitely. This is our first time here, so like I said earlier today, we were having a great time. I'm just trying to put on a good show for the fans and the vendors and everybody else here. We didn't really bring the right tool for the game here, but I think we did pretty well. We held our own into the semifinals here, and I think that's a good first showing for us.
Yeah, again, a great effort there. Again, just a great push, but yeah, that's a wrap. All right, thanks, man.
All right, we see Chris Newman and Josh Hauka right now in street class. These guys are battling it out for a position in the finals. So coming into this, though, Josh Hauka qualifying about 0.3 of a second faster than Chris Newman today. So we'll see. He may be going on to the finals, but if Chris Newman can find just a little bit of time, he might be able to make it there himself. So this is going to be a very close battle, closest battle we have left in street class at the moment.
Yeah, so excited to see all of these street class battles unfold. Hauka looks like he is on it. He's turning in a little bit early, super deep on the brakes. It looks like he's definitely pulled away from Newman just a little bit in this first battle. Comes into the stadium section right in front of us. That Subaru STI P2 Seed. That car is going to deliver its speed best on the first run. It's going to get slower from there. Uses its tires a little bit harder. Uses its turbo. It gets hot, loses some power. Newman looking a little tight and tidy, but I don't know that it's going to be fast enough. Hauka already threw onto the front straight, and the time for the Subaru driver, they dialed in the 13s, and he repeats it, 1:13.8. Newman looking a little messy in the last couple corners. I don't know that he's going to get it done with a 15.7. Wow, a big loss for Newman. Hauka with a big win in the first round of this bracket battle. Now, again, it's best 2 out of 3, so this one could be a throwaway, and we saw just a moment ago Mike Puglisi upset him with 2 wins in 2 and 3. But Hauka, a commanding win in...
Sorry, that was the first round battle.
What did I say?
So Josh Hauka has won the first part of the
Yes.
battle between him and Chris Newman. Now they will reset, and Chris Newman will try and have an answer back for Josh Hauka and be able to move on or force a one more time round. Sorry, but right now, if Josh Hauka can pull out one more win, he'll be finding himself in the finals up against either Austin Hurdle or James Houghton.
Yeah, and a great drive commanding win on the first round for Hauka. Newman's got to recover. He's driving fast enough to lose some stickers off the driver's side of the car, but he's got to go a little faster to take down Josh Hauka as they reset onto this second lap.
So if Josh Hauka does win this one, all is not lost for Chris Newman. We are rewarding prize money down to third place.
Yep.
So Chris Newman will battle whoever doesn't advance between Austin Hurdle and James Houghton for that third place spot. So guaranteed at least 2 more good runs here at Speedring.
Coming onto the second flyer, good gap between the two cars. We can see both in the same frame. We'll be able to see who is performing better. Look at Newman using all the road. Hauka is too. These cars make speed different ways. The rear-wheel drive platform, the BMW, is going to be a little better in the cornering. Pitches it in a little step on the way in, but controls it nicely. Hauka is going to be good in power down and under the brakes. See the Subaru in pursuit. That stayed pretty static so far. Turns into the sweep.
Yeah, I can't quite tell who's doing better here.
I think this is a good response from Newman so far. If anything, Hauka's maybe closed up just a little bit. But this is the section where the BMW should come alive just a little bit more. More cornering. Not so reliant on power down. Newman into the final right-hander. Long sweep right behind us in the broadcast booth. Gap stretched back out, if anything.
Man, using all that track there.
Really close stuff.
So Josh Hauka won the first one. Will he win the second one?
Newman, 1:14.8. Hauka, can he respond? Does it. 1:13.4. And that is a personal best for Josh Hauka on the weekend. Puts him on the same 10th as the P1 seed, Austin Hurdle. They head into the final round. It's going to be Josh Hauka in the Sellers Subaru knocking out Chris Newman. Chris Newman will do no better than third in the street brackets. right, behind us, taking to the track, that P1 seed we just mentioned, the 370Z of Austin Hurdle. And for the third time in 5 brackets, James Houghton is back on track in his street EG Civic. Whoever takes the win in this one will go against Josh Halka for the finals. Whoever loses will go against Chris Newman for 3rd place. Difference in time against these cars, so only 7/10. Austin Hurdle in the 370Z, 1:13.4. James Houghton at a 14.1. So believe it or not, that little Civic and that big 370Z running on the same second here in the street competition.
All right, all drivers that are still remaining in the bracket battles, just a reminder, you need to stick around. If you are in the final 4, we're going to have another battle in addition to the final battle to figure out who gets 3rd place. Down to you, Jared.
Thank you. Hey, Newman, stick around. You still have that 3rd place battle, but Halka comes out on top, unfortunately. But, again, you still could get 3rd place here at Speed Ring.
All right.
All right, go ahead. All right. And then we'll grab the Seller Subaru. Mr. Halka, congratulations. You are going on to the finals, moving one step closer to getting the overall win here in street.
Wow, that's really exciting. Chris is an amazing driver, and I was really worried going against him, so I'm very happy with that. That's amazing.
Like you said, he got you in Road America, but you got him here at Speed Ring.
Well, 1-1, so next season will be real exciting.
Right on. Congratulations. Keep moving on. Here we go. Moving on to our next street battle.
Battle on track. Hurdle way out front. Houghton giving himself plenty of room in the Civic.
Getting sideways there a little bit. Austin Hurdle looking real good there in that 370Z. I've been really impressed with his car control improvement over campaigning that 370Z and just keeps pushing and pushing and getting pretty quick in it now.
Yeah, car's a blast to watch. That car, torquey V6 rear-wheel drive, and then we've got the K24 swapped EG Civic coming from behind, just over the crest right about now. Wow, big gap. I don't know that these guys are even within 5 or 6 seconds apart, but the cars are going to run very similar lap times. Hurdle coming up over the crest back into the stadium section where we can see them. See Houghton took his time on that warm-up lap, got the car where he needed it to be. He likes that nice clear track when he's chasing.
Yeah, you know, James Houghton definitely getting more laps in than anybody else here. We should probably call this Speed Ring 2018 the James Houghton Show. Sorry, 2019. Sorry.
Speed Ring from the future.
Sorry, I'm living in the past.
Yeah, Hurdle looking really, really good. You're talking car control, but he's right on the limit of the slip angle of those tires. Dials it into a 113.9. That's pretty close to the fastest that James has gone in that Civic, so he's going to take a second. 13.8.
Wow.
Houghton gets him.
Wow, big upset there. James Houghton, 113.8, beating out your top-seeded qualifier, Austin Hurdle, in this first-round battle, 113.9. Can he do it again and move on to the finals?
And that's big. That's the fastest that Civic's gone all weekend. Houghton driving really, really well. Hurdle, theoretically, he can go almost a second faster than that, but now he's got to respond. I don't know that he knows that he lost that first round, but he's got to deliver right now if he wants to make the finals.
And I looked over your shoulder while James Houghton came by. It wasn't on the camera. And coming out of the sweeper, he was full send here, right by where track entry is. I don't think I've seen another car get that wild through there. He was on it. And we'll see if he can do it again and back it up and be able to move on to the finals, man.
Right, they are setting their gap. Hurdle much closer than Houghton was in the chase position. Man, that Civic looks so simple, but rumor has it, it's pretty trick. Plenty of power, plenty of tire.
Bet he's got $100 grand under the hood of that thing. Actually, it looks kind of like Hector going legit on the Naira circuit right now, man.
I don't know that reference. I'm really sorry. I want to be there with you.
Sorry, you're too young. Fast and the Furious, man.
All right, second flyer with Houghton, Hurdle. Good gap between these cars. Again, Houghton winning the first round. Man, everybody here's H's, aren't they? Halka, Houghton, Hurdle. Hurdle has to step it up and match the pace of that Civic if he wants to advance into the finals. Look at how wide Houghton sets it up, gets that rear end pivoting just a little bit on the way into the corner. Clean power down for the Civic. All of the work done through the front wheels of that car.
So Austin Hurdle searching for a little bit more time, trying to force a one more time battle between himself and James Houghton.
Big dive on the brakes for the 370Z, all the weight up on the front end of that car. James flicks it into the crest and then down into the braking zone for this left-hander. Pops into frame, grabbing a little bit of curve on the way in, but he looks tight and tidy. We'll see if he can get some of that on-throttle oversteer through this big right-hand sweeper. On-throttle oversteer for a front-wheel drive car.
And I want you to watch
magic.
right here how much liberty he takes. Look at that.
Oh,
Look how
it looks
fast
so
that looks.
good.
Every time. James Houghton hauling the mail there in that EG. What's he got? 113.9 for James Houghton. What's Austin Hurdle have? 114.1. Wow, big upset. James Houghton, your fourth seeded competitor in the street bracket. Moving on to the finals there in the EG, able to dethrone Austin Hurdle. We will see Austin Hurdle, though, back on track, battling Chris Newman for the third place spot in these street brackets. But wow, what a drive by James Houghton.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody saw that coming. That was an impressive run. Houghton putting it together at the end here, and he's going to go into the finals against Josh Halka in the Subaru. We'll see that in just a little bit, but at the entrance to the track for the first time in competition today, Sean Krebsbach out of Street Modified. We're moving out of Street and into Street Modified against Sally McNulty. You hear that Borla exhaust screaming from the STI.
Yeah, now it's going to be interesting. Sean Krebsbach, as you said, we have not seen take to the track at all today. Sally's been out there multiple times. So, you know, Sean Krebsbach, while he actually ended up taking, I believe, second place, or it was the second seeded qualifier last year in the bracket, I believe competing against yourself, correct, Tom?
That was correct.
Okay.
Yeah, we had a really, really good battle last year. Sean, super consistent. He's made a lot of progress this year in the development of that car. But Josh, Houghton, once again, with Jared Deanda.
Yeah, man. So, hey, you still got 3 dogs in this fight, bro. So congratulations, you're moving on. You're going to be going against Halka in the Subaru. But, again, you have a couple unlimited cars you got to wheel around here. You were humming around those corners. You were seated 4th, and now here you are in the finals.
Thanks very much. I felt like I just was making some mistakes all weekend, and I feel like those first 2 laps were the first ones that I got really clean out there. That was 2 PBs in a row for me, so it was really good.
Right on, you're a busy man. I'll let you take some rest there. All right, over here, let's move over to Hurdle. And a great effort there. You're still smiling, a little less, a little bit more of a grimace. But hey, remember, stick around. You're going against Newman for 3rd place. You can still get a final podium spot.
Yeah, dude, the track's just super hot out there. We're just going out and having fun. So made a couple mistakes there. I guess it was close, so we did our best.
I mean, going against Houghton, he was seated 4th. He kind of, I don't want to call him an underdog, but he was really moving. Again, he's had a ton of track time, so you should still hold your head high.
Yeah, for sure. I know he's racing a few cars out here, so he's got a few more laps than me, but we're still holding up. So.
Right on. We'll stick around again. You're going against Newman for 3rd place, guys.
All right, Krebsbach, McNulty already about halfway through their first flyer. This is Street Modified Battle Brackets. McNulty following Krebsbach, Evo versus Subaru. And Krebsbach, your number 1 qualifier, 110.3 is dial-in. He's chasing that track record is what he wants. He wants to see a 9, talking to him earlier. And Sally, dialing in new suspension this weekend. She's about 2.5 seconds back on qualifying pace, but anything can happen, especially in these high-pressure final rounds. Look how tight and tidy the Evo looks. Hike in the rear wheel into the big sweeper right here in front of us. The RS Motors Evo, Sean Krebsbach. Big power down using just enough road. Gets the nose tucked in, no drama, a little bit of a push maybe, and then gets pointed, squirts across the line. See what he does. First competition run, matches his best time, 110.3. McNulty, 112 flat, so a personal best for McNulty. And actually, that's a personal best for Krebsbach by .003. So that's how consistent Krebsbach is, and that's a great start to competition runs for him today, this late in the competition. They're going to swap runs, positions here and run it one more time. Second match. Subaru looks awful big when you put it next to an Evo. Is that an Evo 8 or an Evo 9? Either way, a lot of aero and a lot of mass to that Subaru as Sally takes over the top front position. Krebsbach tucks in behind.
Now, we have seen Sally drive a really, really good event so far.
Yeah.
She finds herself at this point in the competition because she was able to dethrone a competitor that actually qualified higher than her, Jeremy Boyson, in his Cayman GT4. So, very stoked for her to get to this point. We'll see what she has for Sean Krebsbach. If she can pick up and find a little bit more time, she might be able to force that one more time round.
Yeah, speed and consistency are both key, and I think both of these drivers have it. You see Krebsbach leaving himself some room to go somewhere if he finds more speed. McNulty looking like she's just trying to get the rhythm. She's not really slowed down much. She's just kind of kept the pace up and starting the second flyer. I like that call. Don't break your mentality. Just keep going. Krebsbach now starting his lap just behind. See McNulty really squaring up the corners, shooting off, while Krebsbach carrying a bunch of speed onto track out. Deep on the brakes down into the big hairpin. This is where both all-wheel drive cars are going to excel, putting power down. You see the rear squat, and they just go. No drama.
Now, it's like Krebsbach may be closing that gap a little bit there on the back straight.
Yep, I agree. Both of these cars making big power. They may not look super modified, but they're well over 400, even close to 500 or more horsepower. A little bit of drama from McNulty there off the exit of that corner, getting some rotation from the rear end. Deep into the left-hander, a little behind. Krebsbach certainly made up some time right there. Coming back into the section right in front of us. Looks like there's a big push from the front of the STI at this point. After 2 hot laps, those tires might be a little bit done. She gets it woed up. Pointed towards the exit, looks clean there, but Krebsbach is closed down. The time's in. McNulty, 1:12.7. Krebsbach, 1:10.4. Super consistent from Krebsbach. And McNulty not quite able to match her time from before, but a good drive nonetheless. The win and into the finals for Sean Krebsbach in the Evo. One of these drivers on the deck will be facing off, and that's going to be Eric Dewey DeWitt and Alex Moss down there bottom left of your screen. Very different cars. We have the Boogeyman Subaru in chase, pursuing a K24 Turbo S2000. We saw, I think that S2000's got a lot of pace in it. I'm really excited to see what Alex Moss can extract from that to go up against Sean Krebsbach here at the finals for street modified brackets. All right, a moment's pause for us here to take our catch our breaths as Sally McNulty rolls in. Sean Krebsbach taking the win, but Jared Deanna is going to hustle out and grab Sally real quick in the Borla STI.
Sally, don't go anywhere. You still have third place battle that you're going to throw down here, but just didn't work out for you. I'm sure you're still smiling.
I'm okay with that. That was rad. I'm blessed, man.
I mean, do you ever get bummed?
Do I ever get bummed? No, I'm driving a race car. What's to be bummed about?
There you go. That's a good attitude. High five. Congratulations. Again, stick around. Third place. You still got third place. You're going for third place. You have consolation. Don't go anywhere. You're going to go for the consolation, the third place bracket. Yeah, so you can still get third place. All right, so as Krebsbach here in this Evo Classic, Evo, Subaru, you move on, man. You're going to the finals.
All right, that's awesome. Went out there and just ran my lap and came out with the win. Super happy.
Anybody you want to thank? Mom, dad, siblings?
All of them. RS Motors, Professional Awesome Racing, all my friends, family. Jamal Joe Motorsports.
You're too calm right now. You're too calm, bro.
This is me pumped.
Okay, all right, that's fair. Again, talking to Sally, I'm like, are you ever bummed? She's like, no, I'm driving a race car. Why would I be bummed? All right, I'll let you go. You don't know what to do with it. Doesn't know what to do with his hands. Doesn't know what to do with his hands, other than drive a steering wheel or grab a steering wheel. Back to you guys.
All right, watching the picture-in-picture of the battle on track. This is Moss versus DeWitt in that order. Moss leading in the S2000. These both driving really well. Cars look really composed. The gap has not changed. I'm not going to call a winner on this one until they cross the line, but DeWitt, I think, has more on the table from what his qualifying time was, a 1:11 and some change. Moss, 1:10 and some change, about a second apart between the two of them. That gap has been identical the entire time. Moss comes across. Is it a 1:10? Yes, 1:10.6. Dewey, 1:10.6. Oh, my goodness, look at that. Dewey takes the win by 0.04 seconds. Great drive from Dewey on that round.
Yeah, we did see a little bit of a wiggle in a couple places on track from Alex Moss. I think that may have cost him just enough there to hand that first round battle win to Dewey. So these two drivers will swap it up and go for it again. Can Dewey pull out another one? We'll see. As long as he can maintain composure and not feel too much pressure from Alex Moss, he might be able to do it.
Yeah, and this new build for Dewey, we've seen speed out of it at the Grid Life Finals, went wildly fast at Road America, and I think, like I said earlier, it has not had its full speed realized here at Speedring, but Dewey continuing to find time. He wants to go up against Sean Krebsbach and chase that 109. The Boogeyman is on fire right now, but Alex Moss, you can't count him out. Like, I mean, 0.038 gap between these two. That's nothing. This could be anybody's battle.
Yeah, and slight upset there, too. Alex Moss had actually qualified in second place, with Dewey qualifying in third place. And there was about a second between them, but now, obviously, the competition is very, very close. Alex Moss looking like he's giving Dewey a pretty decent-sized gap to start off with there. Not putting too much pressure on him, but making sure he has clean track ahead of him as well.
Sure, certainly giving himself more space, and as you see the front end of the Subaru come at us, tracking out of turn 2, using all the track, actually squaring it up nicely, but you see Moss sideways coming out. These cars make speed very different ways. Dewey had a little hiccup in the middle of this event, finished a flying lap, thought I'll take a breath, and he missed his braking point for the first turn right after that. That's how small the space is here at M1 Concourse. Great time attack track, but it's high demand. Gap pretty similar still. If anything, I might say that Moss is a little closer.
Yeah, this is a really, really close battle.
So close. Dewey looks super composed. You can see he's really squaring that each of the corners up and using the power of the Subaru all-wheel drive versus Moss, going for momentum. These guys driving so well.
Yeah, both of these guys, great drivers and very well-prepped cars. It's making it really, really interesting to watch. I mean, I don't know about you, Tom, but I can't really tell who's going to win. Dewey looking like he's getting a little bit of over-rotation from the rear there.
If I had $5 in my pocket, I'd put it on Moss right now, but there's one more corner to go. Dewey catches a curb. Moss looks clean. Dewey, 1:11.6, and yes, is it Moss? 1:11 flat. Moss goes to a one more time, responds to the win from DeWitt. We're going to see these drivers deliver one more entertaining battle here in just a minute. Really good response from Moss. So that's the fastest we've seen the Boogeyman go. Dewey in that Subaru. That 1:10.6. That's the fastest that car's gone. We've actually seen Moss go faster than both of the laps he just put together. So theoretically, on speed, the advantage goes to the S2000 still. But I'd say both of these two are driving so well. They're dialed into their cars and the track conditions. It's still absolutely anybody's game.
I like how Dewey's got the yellow tape on the front, like the bananas that come on the different Dodge vehicles. So trying to blend in a little bit, being here in Detroit.
I think this is a Dodge facility. I do like that. Is that your doing? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We have some hecklers copping to that one. So they're going to come in, reset this one more time battle.
All right, and we'll see if we're going to send them straight out or if we're going to be able to catch a couple. It's one more time, Jared. One more time. So Alex Moss won the second one. Dewey won the first one. And we're going to send them again. And I think I need to see maybe a thumbs up from Adam Jabay and Abe Smucker if we're going to do the one more time right now.
I think when they make up their minds, we'll know. Yep, they're getting pointed to pit out, which means I think we're going to see this battle unfold in front of us right away.
Looks like we're going to send them to the back, looking like maybe Dewey's requesting a quick look over of the car before that one more time round. They are allowed up to 5 minutes to be able to kind of go through and look for everything. So not quite sure where we stand in the schedule right now. We're actually ahead of schedule. We weren't going to get to this point yet. But we might roll drift cars. I do see a grid full of drift cars ready to go at the moment. And it does. Yep, there we go. There's the call. Drift drivers, please make your way to the grid. We're going to do a quick drift intermission and then continue on with more of the bracket battles.
Man, nothing like a cliffhanger. You guys are not going to want to go away. We're going to stay live for the drifting action. Maybe get Jared DeAnda up here to talk a little bit about some drifting too. But we are going to push this one more time battle till after a quick break for drifting and then continue on to track and unlimited battles as well.
And attention in the paddock, any drivers that have been knocked completely out of the brackets, please make sure you return your transponders. Again, if you are done driving for the day because you are no longer in the brackets, please make sure you return your transponder. This does not include drivers that were in the final four for their bracket. We will be running the finals as well as a third place competition where the two drivers that did not make it to the finals for the bracket will be competing for that third place prize money here at Speedring.
What's that? Really, I'm not plugged in. It's okay. I don't know like all your shit, so you know you get so like I haven't followed F1 at all this year. Like I just don't have time. I'm just busy. Well, I'm at I think 110,000 miles flying this year.
All right, we are back. Looks like Dewey and Alex Moss are lined up, about ready to take to the track for their one more time battle. Dewey winning the first part of the battle and Alex Moss winning the second. Whoever takes home the win from this one will move on to the finals in Street Mod to battle Sean Kresbach. The other will go to the third place bracket to battle Sally McNulty for that third place prize money. So we'll see more from both of these drivers, but I'm real interested to see who's going to move on to the finals against Sean Kresbach. How about you, Tom?
Me too, yeah. Nothing. Well, first of all, nothing like getting iced at the line for your one more time. Like these guys, you have to wait for the whole drift session to finish up. But both drivers drove so well in the first 2 rounds of this battle. We had arguably the upset from Dewey finding some pace in the boogeyman there on the left, and then Moss responding really well on the second round through. But we're going to see that one more time battle just in a minute here of quarterfinals. This is street modified brackets. Then we're going to move into semifinals for track modified and unlimited.
So far, right now, we know who's made it to the finals for regular street class. It's going to be James Houghton with a big upset up against Josh Hauka. And then for the third place battle, we're going to see Austin Hurdle versus Chris Newman. But currently on deck right now, there we go. Dewey leading off in Boogeyman. Looks like Dewey has chosen to lead, and Alex Moss is chasing. Sorry, I believe Alex Moss would have gotten the chance to pick if he was going to be leading or chasing. So there we go. Alex already getting a little bit loose there as he needs to get some more heat in those tires.
Yeah, these cars fully cooled off after their first 2 rounds, more or less down to ambient temperature, which is going to really help the turbo power plant in that Subaru, but it's also going to help the rear tires of that S2000. These cars both really, they made speed surprisingly similar ways in the battles. We didn't see a lot of fluctuation between the gap. Again, if you're just joining us, these bracket battles, it is driver A leads the first time, driver B follows. Driver A tries to extend the lead, driver B tries to close the gap. Then they swap, repeat that process, and if they both win one round, they go to a one more time. And that's what we're watching right now, and this is to get into the final round for Street Modified Battle Bracket battle here at the Speed Ring. Great look at the Boogeyman STI. That's actually an older Subaru with a newer power plant put in it. Really fast new build from Dewey DeWitt, and then a little bit more development after we saw this car last year. That S2000 came here last year with the K24 naturally aspirated, came back this year with a turbo, and it is fast. These guys leaving each other way more space this time than we saw previous rounds.
Yeah, these 2 cars actually running very, very similar lap times. I think they were only a couple hundredths off of each other earlier.
0.038
in that first battle. So now with both cars cooled off, if they can repeat that, Alex Moss may be able to move on to the finals, but it could be Dewey as well. Eric Dewey DeWitt there in Boogeyman. So we'll see. That lap has started now.
Yeah.
Down into the tight horseshoe.
Cars look really composed, so ran into both of them as I walked on a quick break, and both of them said, any tips? Keep it up. You guys both look great. So I think if they can just deliver a nice, clean, tidy lap, and then you see right now warm-ups for track modified. We're going to get through this pretty quick. We'll cut back to street modified brackets. There is Dewey. He's extended that lead down the back straight. Can Moss make it up in the handling section, up over the crest, down into a heavy braking zone? This left-hander, Dewey parks it, points it, shoots it. Moss throws it in, a bunch of extra speed at the apex, but it's still Dewey with a pretty decent gap. Oh man, that advantage is gone though. So hard to call right now.
Wow, Alex Moss looking like he's picking up a lot of time right through there on Eric Dewey DeWitt.
But the all-wheel drive digs straight to the finish line. The times across the board. DeWitt through first. Our timing and scoring is icing us even longer.
I can't take the suspense, Tom.
Oh man, me neither. We're both refreshing madly.
Refresh. Who's it going to be? All right, well, while we wait on the results of that, Here we go, the beginning of this next battle for Track Mod. We've got Jeremy Swinson up against Chris Boersma. Jeremy Swinson, dominant this season, really, really looking good.
All right, we went to Track Ops Radio to see if we could figure out what happened. It sounds like Moss took the win, but we don't know the times yet. Visibly, it looked like Moss had closed in that gap just a little bit, so we're going to wait for official times. But it sounds like from timing and scoring, Alex Moss taking the win and advancing to the finals. Dewey will go to the third-place battle with Sally McNulty as we watch right now on track Chris Boersma, and that is Jeremy Swinson in his ZR1 C6 Corvette.
It looks like this is their reset lap, and they're going at it again. We did have 2 battles going on track right then.
So that was actually the warm-up lap or a competition lap. We're not sure which, but Jeremy Swinson has come into the pits. His helmet is off, so one way or the other, issues for Jeremy Swinson out there, who is easily the favorite based on raw pace in track-modified bracket battles. That leaves Chris Boersma alone on track, and potentially means that Boersma will advance to the finals against one of the other drivers. That's either going to be... I need to get caught up here in track mod.
Eric Fleming or Mike Puglisi.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, so we see Chris Boersma there. I'm going to take a quick break and run over and talk with track staff and see exactly where we stand at the moment.
Yeah, I do apologize for all the confusion. We're trying to figure it out as much as everyone else.
All right, so a little bit of an update. Alex Moss did indeed win that one more time battle. And currently, right now, this battle between Jeremy Swinson and Chris Boersma, Jeremy Swinson had a slight mechanical issue after the first battle and pulled off track. So right now, he's over there. They're jacking the car up. He said, I need to find a jack and a wrench, and they're going to be tightening something up and hopefully be able to send those guys out for another battle. And we'll go from there. But currently on track right now, what you're looking at is a battle between Eric Fleming and Mike Puglisi. Looks like we do have timing once again.
Yeah, we're caught up. Fleming, Puglisi, this battle, Puglisi was one of the standouts of the quarterfinals. He found a bunch of time and was one of the upset wins on a one more time to advance into the semifinals here, but Fleming has been consistent. Both drivers running times in the 109s, and they're working their first flying lap. This is the first battle for these drivers. You see the Corvette leading, pretty good gap back to the Evo established at the start of this run. Puglisi, one of those drivers we've said he builds on some momentum, and he doesn't tend to make a lot of mistakes, pretty consistent. Although Fleming is the driver that's gone faster this weekend, so anybody's battle really. It looks like Fleming is really stretching it out on this first run. Puglisi is the driver we saw. He won the second battle, took it to one more time, and won the third one. So he could very easily do that again. But Fleming's going to do everything he can to make sure that doesn't happen. Looking good in the Corvette, grabs a little bit of curb on the inside of the left-hander, comes back into the stadium section in front of us, gets it rotated, and certainly has pulled out a gap over Michael Puglisi. Down using nice amount of the runoff room into the final corner, gets the Corvette rotated around, no drama, gets it pointed towards the finish line. You see in the upper left-hand corner, times will come across. 109.6, a great established first run for Fleming, but Puglisi, this might be down in the 11s or 12s even. 114, wow 14, so
definitely
some
a little
issues.
off pace there.
Yeah, for Puglisi. Round one win by 5 seconds for Eric Fleming. Puglisi's going to have to respond in a big way, looking to do what he did in the quarterfinals again here in the semis. Behind us in the grid area, we've got Unlimited cars starting to stage up as this is the final battle in track modified semifinals. We're moving on to the semifinals in Unlimited after this, and it's the big one. Richard Boak, James Houghton in the Northern Speed Racing Evo. Then we're going to see Andy Smedegaard and James Houghton in the United Speed Racing Integra. Yes, that's correct. James Houghton is in the battle bracket battles twice in the Unlimited category. All right, looking back to the track, that's Puglisi and Fleming, Corvette Evo. Fleming giving himself no space right now, maybe just trying to get up underneath Puglisi and get in his head, but he's got to be careful. He's theoretically the faster driver. If he doesn't leave himself anywhere to go, he's going to be in trouble. Now he backs it down. Good call. Gives himself some space. Sparks from the front of the Evo as he gets it rotated into the last corner and shoots it towards the start line. Flying laps right now. Michael Puglisi across the line starts his time, and then Fleming behind in the Corvette. Again, big win for Fleming in the first round, but Puglisi has delivered in rounds 2 and then gone to it one more time and taken the win already this year, or this event.
All right, just receiving word on that battle between Jeremy Swinson and Chris Boersma, though, real quick. Jeremy Swinson did actually win that first battle, but just broke a control arm, so is unable to run, meaning Chris Boersma advances on to the Track Mod Finals.
Yeah.
Yep. There we go, though. Mike Puglisi looking real good there.
Looking very planted. He doesn't look like he's taking a lot of risks, but this is how we saw him kind of build onto that second lap in the previous round. Definitely got some pace. He's established that gap. It's maintaining, and if anything, maybe Fleming's closed up just a bit, but not a lot. See if he can use the all-wheel drive grip off of this final corner to shoot it towards the finish line and take a win. No, he runs really wide. Big mistake from Puglisi. Goes deep into the final corner. I think that's going to hurt him. See what the time is. It's a 1:10.2. That's a much better lap, but is it enough? No, 1:09.4 for Fleming, and he's going to take the win to go into the track battle, or track mod finals against Chris Boersma, who inherited kind of a bye by that mechanical issue from Jeremy Swinson. So drama in the track modified bracket.
So I think that means that automatically, since Jeremy Swinson is out, means Mike Puglisi will take third here at Speedring.
That is the case. So we'll come back to the finals in just a little bit, but Unlimited cars back on track. Boak, Houghton. These cars qualified about 5 seconds apart. Houghton in the slower of the two cars he's driving right now, potentially. That Evo, a new car as of 2 months ago. It was a completely stock Evo, I just learned 2 months ago, and they built it into the spaceship you see now. Second car on your screen. Just coming out of the second corner there. That big black aerodynamic machine was a completely stock Evo 2 months ago. But in front, the CanJam car, this is the car that we suspect can deliver 102s, maybe even 101s. He dialed into the low 103, and that's Richard Boak, last year's ultimate badass, the fastest car here. has 2 years in a row been unable to win the Unlimited Battle Bracket as the favorite due to mechanical issues.
And these two drivers obviously competing a lot in Canada against each other in various different classes.
Sure.
But this is almost like when your parents take you to take the fight outside. They took the fight out of Canada, and here they are down in Detroit battling each other, Canadian versus Canadian. Richard Boak there in the CanJam Subaru WRX STI, and in the Northern Speed Racing shortly behind him. Oh, there we go. We got some in-car video here from the Specialty Field Productions team. There we go. Richard Boak, man. Look at how little work he has to do with that steering wheel.
Yeah, it's impressive, and it's really incredible when you add so much aerodynamic ability to a car, how little drama there is inside the car. And it feels really natural, actually, to drive that fast. And it's not as much work as you might think, but a huge gap established at the start-finish line. The CanJam car looks to have extended that just a little bit. Down into the hairpin, gets it pointed and shooted down the back straight. Pointed and shot, I should say, down the back straight. As Eric Fleming pulls out from behind us. Down into the big sweeper at the end of the back straight for the CanJam car. Richard Boak looking nice and composed as usual. Ooh, gets a little bit of on-power oversteer in the middle of the corner, but gathers it up over this big blind crest. Huge braking zone. It just goes exactly where he asks it to go, but he is on the limit. This might be one of those 101s you want to see so badly, Austin.
Oh, I'm keeping my fingers crossed, man. So this car already the fastest production car ever to run a lap here at M1 Concourse. And now, can he do it again? Best ever for him, 102.3, best of this event. This one, 104.1, might be good enough to move on to the finals. Obviously, a little bit left in the tank there. James Houghton in the Northern Speed Evo, 107.2. So, Richard Boak takes that first round battle win. These drivers will swap positions and go back at it. All right, there we go. So about a 3-second difference between Richard Boak and James Houghton. Sorry, Houghton. I've been saying it wrong. Last season I said it right. This season I don't know what happened.
You just threw the whole broadcast off the entire day. We said it wrong all day.
Man,
you're fired.
Although I think the proper American pronunciation is Houghton. I guess the Canadian version is Houghton.
Oh,
Houghton. Huffington?
This is an
Huffington Post.
Interesting English lesson as these guys swap positions. Houghton to the front, Boak to the back. Boak looks like he's trying to establish a pretty good gap back to James, but James is one of the few drivers we've seen try to play some games with this bracket battle format where you can actually kind of not interfere with directly, but kind of set yourself up to make sure the guy you're battling against can't maximize his speed.
I mean, that was in the street battle.
Sure.
So the speeds are a little bit different.
Yep.
I'm not quite sure if James would do that out here in the Unlimited.
Not sure. Looks like he's trying. He's not going too fast, but Richard sees what's happening and is certainly not going any faster as well. So the gap is staying about the same. James gets it pointed and shoots off into battle number 2. There's the CanJam car right behind Richard Boak starting. That's a pretty good gap, but I wouldn't be surprised to see. Oh, Houghton almost shoots the first corner right off the track. He barely gathers it up, but that was a big mistake from the Evo in the front.
He doesn't really look to have the pace, man.
No, there's something going on, actually. Looks like he might have already just bailed out of it. Yeah, he has. He's slowed significantly, so something's either gone on mechanically or he made the mistake and realized it's just not going to happen. I'm not going to go for it. Interesting to give up in turn 1 if that's the case, but it looks like James Houghton has backed off and gotten back on it. We pointed out he's the one to play some games every once in a while. I don't know what's going on here. Keep a close eye on that gap. It's definitely going to be advantage Boak right now if he stays right there, but he could be just trying to back him up and then surprise him by pulling away in the last corner. What do you think?
I don't know. That gap was pretty significant that Richard Boak left, so it's going to take a lot of rolling speed.
I don't know.
For James to be able to get around it.
He might just be going for a Hail Mary and see if he can pull it off because it's unlikely to happen any other way. He's certainly just kind of putzing around. See if he squares this up and shoots, but Boak's going to be prepared for it at this point. And sure enough, he tried. Yep, he did try it. Didn't quite work.
Not
so
quite enough.
The win's going to go to Boak. Yeah, 19 to a 23. Those guys are running, middle-class street times there. But Richard Boak will be your winner going into the finals for the Unlimited Bracket Battle. And now we just have to wait for James Houghton to pull that car around, get out of it, and hop into the other car because he's going to be right away again against Andy Smedegaard in the RS Motors Evo. We're going to delay that just a little bit and move on to Street Modified, looks like finals. Moving to Street Modified finals because, of course, James Houghton is also in the Street Finals. He's really throwing off this whole format with his
Dang it, James!
with his Iron Manning of Speed Ring. But on track, Sean Krebsbach and Alex Moss, your number 1 and 2 seeds. These guys qualified 2/10 apart, 1:10.3 for Krebsbach, 1:10.5 for Alex Moss. Evo versus S2000. This is going to be a good one.
Yeah, now Alex Moss just coming off a track. As soon as we went live again, right after drifting, we did see him defeat Eric Dewey DeWitt to find himself here in the Street Mod Finals. So that car is a little bit warmer than Sean Krebsbach's car is. Tires probably have a little bit more heat in them. Could play a factor here into this first round battle.
That's really probably a good thing for Krebsbach with the turbo engine and with the all-wheel drive. Those cars use their front tires pretty heavily compared to a rear-wheel drive car, so he's going to want nice, cool front tires. He's going to want as much grip on that first lap as he can. The engine is cool. As you said, Alex Moss probably wants the tires warmed up just a little bit for that more handling platformed S2000. Drivers establishing a good gap between, but behind us we have Richard Boak, CanJam. What was going on that second battle?
Yeah, so Houghton, you take him out. I want you to speak up. I want you to speak loud because you're going to finals, man.
Yeah, we're really excited. I don't know if James had a mechanical there, if he was just trying to play head games with me on that last lap, but we made it to the finals, so looks like we're battling him in the Integra, so I'm looking forward to it. Should be a good shootout.
Right on, cool, calm, collect. Looks like, again, putting out some fast times. Still can't get to that 103. The drift car's laying down a lot of rubber here again this last session.
Yeah, track's not ideal, obviously, for lap time right now, but we still have some in reserve, so we're playing the smart game today.
All right, so you're either going against Smedegaard or you're going against Houghton once again in the finals. Congratulations, guys.
All right, Street Modified finals. This is Krebsbach and Moss. Moss left a little bit more of a gap than when we left them for that interview, so that gap is maintained pretty similarly between the battles so far. Krebsbach looking nice and smooth as usual. We've seen Moss kind of flash through the background occasionally, but look at all of the track and almost a little bit more for Krebsbach. He looks like he's driving and extracting every bit of speed out of that Evo that he can. Track record is a 1:10.2. If he can go under that, that's the fastest any Street Mod car has ever gone here, and that would be a cherry on top of potentially a win for Krebsbach as Moss is slowed, a mechanical issue, and he's in the pit lane. Krebsbach looks like he's going to inherit the win on default.
Wow, so Sean Krebsbach, your Street Mod champion here at Speed Ring.
And he gets the cherry, 1:09.8 track record for Street Modified here at the Speed Ring for Sean Krebsbach, and a default win for a mechanical issue on a competition lap for Alex Moss. Really unfortunate because that was shaping up to be a great battle, but it is going to be Krebsbach with the default win and the winner of the Street Modified bracket battle. That was
the final? That was it. That was not. So Krebsbach wins.
All right. Well, that is the reality of time attack competition. Sometimes the cars are not capable of just lap after lap after lap, and that's one of the things with Speed Ring here. You got to be able to repeat it consistently and quickly every single time, but a really, really strong drive from Sean Krebsbach. I think with those kind of times, he was prepared to win that on raw pace alone. Inherits the win. We'll get a chat from him as soon as he finishes this lap. He's probably trying to figure out what's going on, and maybe we'll get a chance to talk to Alex Moss as he pulls past us here with that issue. But now 2 for 2, 2 times I should say, in these late rounds. Issues for big contenders based on mechanicals. Looks like no drive for that S2000. Jared's headed over to see what's went on with that Alex Moss S2000.
Oh, man, Alex, what happened, bud? Again, make it to the finals, but just couldn't hold together.
Yeah, I either lost a diff or lost an axle or something, so it made a pretty cool noise and then went bang.
Bang. All right. Well, again, second place overall. You got to be pretty stoked.
Thrilled, absolutely thrilled. Can't believe it that we made it this far. So, yeah, over the moon.
Absolutely smashing performance. Sir Alexander Moss, thank you so much. Guys, back to you. Real quick. All right, guys, don't go anywhere because, again, stoked right now. You can see the smile on his face as Krebsbach, gloves off. Again, you were just absolutely excited last time I talked to you, and now here you are, the Evo versus the S2000. He had an issue. He said, made a loud noise, bang. Now you won. You won Grid Life here, Street Modified. Congratulations.
I'm pumped. I feel bad for him. I don't want anybody to break like that. I'm sure it would have been a hell of a battle if he would have been out there. But I'm super excited that we could win this year again. Got second place last year, so we got redemption.
Right on. Congratulations. We'll see you on the podium, brother. Congratulations. Krebsbach gets the win here in Street Modified, fellas.
There you go. Another congratulations to Sean Krebsbach. Finally now finding himself on the top podium and new track record here at M1 Concourse. Super gutted for Alex Moss. I just received word that the differential in that S2000 unfortunately did not make it.
Moving into unlimited semifinals, this is James Houghton in the Integra versus Andy Smedegard, and a big wiggle from the rear end of that Integra as he went into turn one. This is their first flying lap. The gap was pretty well established about where it sits now at the start of this lap. And looking at qualifying times, the Integra has the advantage, 104 flat. It is Houghton there, and then a 105.2, so about 1.2 seconds between these drivers.
Oh, look at this, though. It looks like Andy Smedegard
more
is
mechanical
slowing
woes
on the back straight there.
If he finishes the lap and pulls it in, we can maybe get another shot at this one. But if he pulls it in, it's a competition lap, and it will be no more.
Yep, I'd hate to see it end that way. I would love it if he would be able to go around. This is where comms with the drivers and crew chiefs may come into play. I do believe that James Houghton does have communication with his crew. I'm not quite sure that Andy Smedegard has comms with his team.
But it's good to see Andy did stay out. He's going to finish this lap, and then he'll have the opportunity to pit in and take a look over the car. A mechanical issue, 5-minute break is allowed, but Houghton goes 105.4. That's pretty quick from the Integra, about 1.4 seconds off of the fastest lap that car's done. Makes sense with a couple of the wiggles that we saw early in the lap. But he's going to have to get flagged potentially into pit lane or see if Smedegard comes back around him and tries to reset. It's not over yet, but Smedegard's got a hill to climb now. Again, this is semifinals for the unlimited bracket battle. Richard Boak has already put himself into the finals, having eliminated James Houghton in the Lancer Evo. But Houghton right there on camera, again, he had 2 cars in this bracket, and that's completely fine. He will not go against himself in the finals, but this is looking like his to advance. Smedegard comes around. Looks like they're going to set it up.
And we'll see what Andy decides to do. Andy may end up coming into the pits, in which case James Houghton can follow him. But he may decide to go for another flyer, so we'll see here in just a moment. Right now would be the time if he starts getting over. It looks like he is staying out.
Nope, coming in.
Coming in?
So
all right.
He's going to take the advantage of a 5-minute break, see if they can fix whatever the problem is. He will have that opportunity, and that's a really smart choice, having completed that previous lap. Now they'll get the opportunity to look it over instead of forfeiting. But on deck, we have finals for track modified bracket battles. That's Eric Fleming and Chris Boersma, Civic versus Corvette. And this is the second year we've seen a front-wheel drive car versus a Corvette, a rear-wheel drive car, I should say, in track modified. Really interesting mix of cars available in track modified. Last year, Will Young and Luke McGrew. This year, Chris Boersma, Eric Fleming. We'll see if those cars roll out momentarily. And indeed, Fleming rolling out onto the front straight, hood up on the Smedegard Unlimited Evo. Those guys from RS Motors going to work, seeing if they can get him back out there and give him any hope of advancing into the finals to go up against Richard Boak. James Houghton, I believe, last year's, and is he a 2-year defending champion of the Unlimited bracket battle?
No, first year actually went to the guys at Professional Awesome.
That's right, I do remember that.
And then last year he was able to take the win. So
okay.
Your reigning champion in Unlimited, with that Integra. So hopefully it's something simple with Andy Smedegaard's car. I know that even James Houghton really is probably hoping too that it's something simple. I know if I know James at all, especially his relationship with Andy, that's not how he wants to move on. So he definitely wants Andy to have a fair shake at it and win outright.
We're
the
closing
way that he
in.
feels he should.
Closing in on about 2 minutes left on this mechanical as we're watching a swarm of support for the RS Motors Unlimited Evo trying to get that car back out there. Meanwhile, in your picture-in-picture lower left, that's the warm-up lap for track modified finals. Leaving your screen just there, the Corvette Eric Fleming against Chris Boersma in the K-tuned Civic. Very different cars, but dial-in is less than a half a second apart. Boersma 109.8, Fleming 109.3. Slight advantage for Fleming, and really Boersma has not had a lot of resistance to get here to the finals. He's had buys and mechanicals kind of get him here. He deserved to be here on pace, but he hasn't had to work super hard yet. That car's got plenty of juice left in it.
We go on track right now. Eric Fleming is about to start his first flyer up against Chris Boersma. So both drivers now on their hot lap. We'll see what these lap times are here in just a moment. Let's see. There we go. Eric Fleming looking nice and tidy through that portion of the track.
Yeah, Boersma left himself plenty of room. These guys not very close to each other at all, so it'll be kind of hard to tell who's doing better at any given point. But I agree, Fleming looking tight and tidy, not a lot of drama. There's the top of the Boersma car flashing at the bottom of the screen. You're going to see him pop up over this crest any second now. I have to imagine these cars making similar straight line speed, believe it or not, but a lot more aero on that Civic to get it to handle. Corvette still looking good. It looks, if anything, could be one of those laps that's just really tight, tidy, and fast, or he might be a little bit under the limit, just kind of getting things up. Rotates it into the big right-hand sweeper in front of the spectator hill right here in front of our broadcast booth. Car sounds good, and I have to say, it looks like he stretched out that lead just a little bit. Eric Fleming around the last corner. Powers to the line with all 8 cylinders firing strong. Oh, Boersma's off and into the wall.
Slight contact there by Chris Boersma on the wall. Looking like he's shaking his head in disappointment.
Yeah.
It is good to see some movement there by Chris Boersma, though.
Definitely heartbreaking. You can see he's just...
So that is an automatic win there for Eric Fleming. That would be considered a 4-off. Glad to see movement from Chris Boersma in the Civic, though.
You can just see the defeat. It's heartbreaking to watch, but Fleming 109.0, good time for him as well. We're going to go make our way out to the Chris Boersma K-tuned Civic.
All right, it does look like Andy Smedegaard's team is over at the car working very furiously to be able to get that thing back on track so he can battle with James Houghton. James winning the first part of the battle. There we go. It looks like they're looking at the front. Maybe some sort of intercooler coupling is what it looks like it may be, or potentially maybe some sort of oil cooler. But it is right there on the front corner of that car. There we go. There's Chris Boersma. Round of applause, everybody, for Chris Boersma. Glad he's all right out there fighting for that position in the finals for Track Mod. Unfortunately, having an incident. It is good to see him out and walking around. The car doesn't look too bad, but absolutely gutted there for Chris Boersma. Back over to the paddock here. Looks like Ronnie Solomon there, fellow competitor here in the competition, is there helping Andy Smedegaard work on his Evo there. Can't quite tell. It does look like maybe an intercooler coupling that they might be working on there right inside the front bumper.
These guys are going to be right up on that 5-minute timer. They're trying to get it together as fast as they possibly can. We have cooling fans up in the grill of the Integra for James Houghton, trying to keep things cool. Check that out, riding the splitter while working on the car. These guys are doing everything in their possible ability to get this car out there. So while we have a moment, these guys continuing to work on the car. We have 2 champions crowned so far, and that one just now, track modified by merit of the 4-off. Eric Fleming takes the win in his C6 Corvette, stuck in a traffic jam of all these cars coming off track with mechanical issues, but it is going to be Eric Fleming. We got a quick update from Jared DeAnda.
Yeah, I'm here with Smedgaard. What happened, bud? Again, they're under the hood right now. Competition timeout. What's up?
Yeah, well, we started the lap, and I saw James actually make a little screw up into I don't know, it's the first turn, and I thought to myself, yes, I got him here, and came around the second turn there onto the first straight, and I popped an intercooler pipe, and with no boost, these things make like 150 horsepower.
Oh, man, yeah, and again, you got it all taped up over here. Your team thrashing to work on it. I don't know if they're giving you extra time or whatever, but competition timeout was called, so 5-minute allotment. Hopefully they can get it back together. Again, you feel like the car could win here today?
I don't know about win overall, but I think I could maybe have a shot with James.
Yeah, maybe take out James. All right, back to you guys.
All right, so as we continue to clear, we're getting a little bit of a boneyard of cars here in the grid area, trying to clear cars off the track. We're going to get to Eric Fleming in just a minute as he's stuck at the back of it, clearing the Chris Boersma Civic out of the tire wall. It looked like it wasn't hard of an impact, and, those tire walls, they're pretty forgiving, so hopefully that car is not damaged beyond a little bit of disappointment from how that battle ended. Rewinding just a little bit since we haven't had a moment to breathe back into street modified. That was Sean Krebsbach taking the win by default from the mechanical issue from Alex Moss losing his diff. So 2 out of 4 champions crowned, Sean Krebsbach and Eric Fleming in street modified and track modified respectively. Evo and Corvette crowned so far.
All right, we've sent Jared DeAnda down to talk with Eric Fleming, who is your winner in the track mod bracket. Down to you, Jared.
Yeah, thank you so much. Eric, congratulations, homeboy. You are a track modified winner. Not the exact way you want to win, but again, pushing hard. That just goes to show you, again, this is a very difficult, and this track could eat you up.
Yeah, it is. I hate winning like this. Nobody wants to see a car crash or one of our fastest guys break, but I'm going to take it. I'm going to take it home. I'm happy. This is fun. It's a great event. Had a great time.
Got to keep it all together. Not only the car, your head, right? I mean, your mind is your worst enemy in so many scenarios, especially here on this M1 concourse. It's just an intense track.
It is. The bracket battles, they put so much tension on us. You have to be perfect every single time. You can't make a mistake. As you get closer to the end, the times get closer together, so you have to be on your A game.
Right on. Congratulations again, Eric Fleming, our track modified winner right here. Congratulations, Corvette. Take it to the top. There you go, fellas.
All right, there we go. Chris Boersma's car being towed off right now. We just heard from Eric Fleming, though, your winner in the track mod bracket. Congratulations to Eric Fleming. Chris Boersma takes second place by default. Very valiant effort there by Chris Boersma, though. Both of those drivers very, very close in their qualifying times. It would have been a good battle. Unfortunately, in the first part of the battle, Chris Boersma having a little bit of an issue and finding one of the tire walls there right at the last corner on the track.
Yeah, really happy to see. It looks like very minimal cosmetic damage. I would be surprised beyond maybe some aero and maybe that intercooler at the front. That car should be pretty all right. Definitely heartbreaking, and you saw the emotion from Chris Boersma as the car came to a stop, knowing that he didn't have the opportunity to take the win in track modified and absolutely was poised to have the chance if he stayed on track. As we finish clearing that incident, we've got 2 more battles to go. Technically 3. We have the final for street, and that is James Houghton and Josh Halka. And then we have the unlimited. We're going to see the final semifinal. Last semifinal. That is, again, James Houghton, and looks like Andy Smedgaard has gotten that car fixed. Then the winner of that battle will go up against Richard Boak for the final unlimited overall champion here at Speedring. Welcome back, everybody. A quick break to finish clearing the K-tuned Civic of Chris Boersma after an incident in the finals of track modified bracket battle, I should say. And we are continuing on to the final matchup in the semifinals for unlimited class, and that is Andy Smedegaard leading the way over James Houghton in the Northern Speed Racing Integra. Now, this was not without its own drama. We had a mechanical issue on the actual hot lap itself for Andy Smedegaard, but he had the wherewithal to finish the lap and then use his cooldown lap to pit in. They took advantage of a 5-minute mechanical plus the additional delay from the incident to put the car back together. It looks like it's on track under its own power, and he's going to do everything he can to try to bring this to a one-more-time battle by winning the second match of this pairing. James Houghton taking the win by default, having, Smedegaard slowing down basically on his first run. But on raw time, Houghton does have the advantage. 104 for the Integra, 105 and some change for the Evo on their qualifying times.
And whoever wins this battle will move on to the finals for the Unlimited class, battling Richard Boak in the Can-Jam Subaru WRX STI. So both drivers here coming right into view by us, and they will begin this second flyer lap.
This is the second time today these guys have come up against each other. They had a really great match in the street brackets, which Houghton took a victory in the Civic. We'll see that car back on track for the finals in just a little bit. Houghton leaving himself a really smart gap. Smedegaard just going for it at this point. He had about 10 hands under the hood of that car, getting it back together to take this run. Hopefully it can finish the run under its own power. If he can find a little bit of time, he can truly, on merit and speed, beat Houghton in this run. But he's going to have to put together a smoking lap to get it done. Integra looks good down through the hairpin, putting power down nice and straight. You see he gets the wheel straight super early and just uses the power to go. Front-wheel drive cars don't love to use 800 horsepower through the front wheels, but Houghton makes it work better than most. And Smedegaard still not in frame. He looks like he's maintained that gap pretty well as we're focused on the Integra right now. Smedegaard in view right now into our broadcast booth. Looking really good, actually. This gap has stayed pretty stagnant. There's a good look at that Evo. Sweeping around all the way to the track out point. Opens up the corner. Gets it turned in. Again, whoever wins this, if it's Houghton, he advances. If it's Smedegaard, it's a one more time. Time in for Smedegaard. We're having more timing issues. 105.2. Oh, man, it's so close. 105.2 for James Houghton. He's going to take the win by .074 over Andy Smedegaard. A valiant effort for Andy Smedegaard to get out there and very nearly take it to James Houghton, but Houghton responded by less than a tenth of a second to advance into the finals against Richard Boak. There it is. Top two cars by seeding, top two cars of the event on lap times. It's going to be Richard Boak in the Can-Jam Subaru against James Houghton in the Northern Speed Racing Integra Type R. And that means James Houghton is in two finals right now. We're going to have to watch him do a car dance between cars for the street finals and for the unlimited finals. Street finals, I assume, are coming up first. But not before we establish some third-place finishers of the cars we have left. And the first battle is actually going to be Austin Hurdle and Chris Newman out of street. This is the third-place battle for street battle brackets, M3 versus 370Z. And those cars rolling onto the course right now. So we'll take a pause from the high-stakes action and go back to third place. These guys are in it for the consolation. They've got a point to prove. Maybe throw down some personal bests or maybe throw down a fast lap of the category. And while we take a moment for those guys to warm up, Jared DeEnda is going to talk to Andy Smedegaard about that great run.
Oh, man, Smedegaard, tough break there, but I'm glad you got it back together, but Houghton gets the win.
Yeah, there was some ignition breakup or something happening at the top end, so I couldn't really stay floored.
Well, guess what? You're going against Houghton for third place, so don't go anywhere. You still got that third place battle. You'll go against Houghton again in a different vehicle. Right?
No.
No. Okay, you're not. Well, never mind. Keep moving. All right, we got James Houghton here. Again, our winner here in the final. He'll go against the Can Jam vehicle. As Houghton, how you feel, man? You're going against Can Jam in the finals.
I think we have to do it one more time with Andy, if I heard correctly. I thought they told me that I have to go against Andy one more time.
We'll find out. All right, we'll keep you updated.
All right, sounds like Houghton was a little confused as to whether or not he actually won, but he did win that semifinal battle in the unlimited category. He's going to hustle over to the Civic for street finals, but right now to establish who wins, who finishes third place in the street brackets, that is Austin Hurdle up front, just turning into turn 1, and then Chris Newman in the BMW E46 M3. These guys were seated 1 and 3. Big slide for Austin Hurdle. This guy is a blast to watch. He was the fastest car in qualifying, but got knocked out in an upset by James Houghton. And then it looked like Chris Newman pushing super hard, dropped 2 tires exiting turn 2. No harm, no foul. These guys pushing hard to make a point in this final battle of their event. Qualifying times for these cars 0.2 apart. Hurdle at a 1:13.3 and Newman at a 1:13.5. Heavy braking zone for Austin Hurdle. Gets the 370Z tucked in. That's an old IMSA or Grand Am Cup car.
Front
bumper on that car. Some pedigree from Doran Racing. Bolted onto the front of this Time Attack car. Looks killer. And Hurdle looks like he's on a tear. Newman has dropped back significantly, visibly, as they come behind us here. Hurdle looks super tight-tidy, gets it pointed to the finish line, and the 370Z is going to finish first by a good margin, 1:13.3, and that's a new track record for street in the bracket battles. Austin Hurdle with a point to prove. He says, if I can't get it done for the finals, I'm at least going to go fastest, and he does. Newman, 14.8, a good effort, but they're going to swap one more time this one. Not one more time, but second time this one.
Swap once more.
Swap once more.
All right, just a reminder, this is for third place here in the street bracket. Now, Motivicity putting up money for first through third place.
Yeah.
So there is money on the line for this race going on at the moment.
Not just to make a point. They can still get up on that podium, earn themselves a check. Newman pulling around Hurdle to the front. And Newman, we've seen him go fast in the second rounds, sometimes a little slower on that first round as he gets the BMW up to temperature. But Hurdle looks like he's going to stick to the bumper of that BMW. He's got to know that lap felt good. If a track record lap, you kind of know it feels good. Coming back into the stadium section here, left-hander and into the right-hand sweep to start their their second lap.
Chris Newman using all the track there. Looks like he's getting a pretty good run here on to that straightaway to start his lap. But both of these drivers pretty evenly matched based on their qualifying times. So it's really anyone's ball game here. If Chris Newman can win the second battle, he will force that one more time battle between himself and Austin Hurdle.
Yeah, it's definitely not over yet. And behind us in the staging lanes, we have the finals for street brackets. That's James Houghton and Josh Halka. And then right next to them, I'm not sure which we'll see first, is third place of street modified, Sally McNulty and Eric Dewey DeWitt. So don't go anywhere. We've got a bunch of good battles still to come, including the finals for the unlimited bracket. But on track now, third place battle for street bracket, and 2 off for Newman. That's pushing super hard. This gap has stayed pretty similar all the way around the lap as they dive back into this tight left-hander. Newman looks deep. I think that's going to be a mistake. Going to be hard to make that one up as Hurdle looks a little closer now. Big sweep right behind the broadcast. Whoa, we got a big slide for Hurdle. He's still sideways, rides it out, catches it, keeps it on the pavement. It's going to count, but that's a big mistake for both drivers so far on this lap, and I got to say, Newman looks like he has pulled that gap back out. Lap times in 1:14.3 for Newman, and Hurdle loses it, 1:14.3.
Wow.
So Newman forces the one more time in a dramatic second round. Big sideways moments for both drivers.
Very, very close there.
Wow.
Had Austin Hurdle not lost traction there a little bit coming on the sweeper, I think it would have saved him enough time to pull out the win. But unfortunately, the way things were for Austin Hurdle, Chris Newman able to beat him out, forcing a one-more-time battle between those two.
Yeah, it took a second to realize the times. Those were only .015 apart. Those guys almost tied that lap, and that's down to feet, maybe even inches on this track by the time the lap is said and done.
Looks like it taking to the track now, though. We have Josh Halka and James Houghton for the finals here in the street bracket. James Houghton and Josh Halka both running very quick lap times. I think the best that we've seen so far from Josh Halka is a 1:13.535 of the week, but I believe James Houghton also ran a high 1:13 earlier today to find himself here in the finals. So it's anyone's ball game. It's going to be a very, very close battle between James Houghton and Josh Halka.
Yeah, it's one more time battle for the drivers behind us, each with a win. So we're going to see more street cars still out there, but we're doubling up on the action. We have third place battle for Street Modified going on course right now. Those are the cars on camera. Subaru on Subaru. That's Eric Dewey DeWitt in the front and Sally McNulty in the back. Further up the track, though, the finals for Street right there, leaving your screen. That's the one we're most interested in. Battle for the championship of the street bracket. Josh Halka, James Houghton. Two cars I don't know that we expected to see in the finals after qualifying, because James Houghton was P4 on the timesheets, but he's delivered consistent performances, done a great job. They're coming around to start that final battle for the first time.
Looks like we have another battle on track right now as well, so got a lot of action going on, trying to cram it in here near the end of the day.
Hopefully we'll keep all eyes on this finale battle. Halka in front, and again, he dialed in as the second fastest car. We've seen some pace since qualifying out of the Houghton Civic, so this is anybody's game. But Halka deep down into the hairpin, tightens up the entry. He's going to square it up, get that Subaru pointed. It puts Tower down really, really nicely. Behind him, it looks like he started to put a gap on Houghton just a little bit. But that Civic fast in a straight line and fast to the last bit of this section, or I should say Houghton is fast to the last bit of this track. Quick peek away to the third place battle for Street Modified. That is Eric Dewey DeWitt coming onto a flyer. Sally McNulty chasing. Again, third place for Street Modified. So we have two categories on track, two different battles. Coming back into this stadium section here, we are on to the final section of the first battle for Street Bracket. A lot of different words in there, but Josh Halka looks like he's continued to extend his lead over James Houghton, and going to put himself behind just a little bit is Houghton if he can't take the win on this first run. Halka gets it squared up, puts his foot down, and I'm going to give the nod to him. We'll see times as they cross. It's a 1:13.7, great run for Halka. Houghton goes 1:14.6, so indeed Halka 1.1 seconds up, 9/10 of a second up on Houghton. They will swap roles and go into the second round. Looking back, DeWitt on it hard. He's left Sally in the dust a little bit as she comes around the sweeper over the crest. And Dewey is looking to see if he can get the 109. He knows the track record from Krebsbach is a 109.8. If he can get that, that'll be a feather in his cap for this event. Checks up just a little bit in this big sweeper, gets it pointed. Lots of power in the boogeyman there.
Sally not too far behind, looking like she may have closed that gap up just a little bit.
Doing her best to stick onto the back of Dewey, but he's going to cross the line with a 1:10.8, so he gets that 10. It's a new personal best for that car. Sally, 1:12.6, so a 1.8 second advantage win to Dewey DeWitt going into the second round, and that means we're going to be looking for the start of the second round for Street Finals. Houghton, Halka on track right now in front of the broadcast booth. Halka leaving himself a lot of space so that Houghton does not interfere with his lap, but Houghton sees it happening, backs way down. Remember, Houghton is not afraid to try stuff with this format.
And here we go. We
way
see
low and slow. Look at him. Yeah, he's trying to make sure, staring in the mirror. You see his chin up, but he's got to go now. He's on the straightaway starting his flyer. Halka saw him doing it and backed way down. They're going to be nowhere near each other. It's raw pace right now.
There we go. James Houghton starting his flyer lap there, using up all the track. Looking like a little bit of oversteer there.
Yeah, big pivot. We like that.
Yeah, and a front-wheel drive car, that definitely helps the car rotate a ton.
Absolutely.
Potentially saving a little bit of lap time.
You see Houghton sets up super, super wide to get that front-wheel drive car pointed straight before he puts the power down. That car has probably twice, closer to 3 times the amount of power it came with stock back in 1992, but it's putting it down through those big old tires. He's actually running different compound tires in the front and rear to get it rotating. I noticed that, and you can see they're bigger in the front as well, so good setup. A lot of development on this EG, even though it looks pretty simple. Houghton looks like he's on it. These cars started pretty far apart, so it's going to be tough to see if they've made up distance on each other.
Yeah, now remember, Josh Halka won the first one. James Houghton trying to do everything he can to run a faster lap time than Josh Halka can the second time, forcing a one more time battle.
Straightens the wheel out back.
Oh,
out.
yeah!
Oh, yeah!
Very nice work there by James Houghton.
So much fun to watch. Houghton gets it pointed towards the finish line, and that gap has maintained. He might push this to one more time. 1:14.1 for Houghton. Halka's got to get to the 13s almost to take the win. Does it. 1:13.9, and your street champion is going to be Josh Halka in the Subaru. A great delivered performance, consistent across the weekend, and takes the win. This is looking back to Sally McNulty and Eric Dewey DeWitt. These guys have been battling this entire time. This is for third place in the street bracket, street modified bracket, I should say. We don't even know how far apart they were at the start because our eyes were focused elsewhere, but Sally is through the final corner. Dewey looks really clean. Time in for McNulty, 1:12.9. She's consistent, but DeWitt gets it done, 1:12.4. So Dewey DeWitt goes third place in the street modified bracket. And again, Josh Halka, great performance, holds off James Houghton on a late charge in the street brackets to take the championship, or to take the win, I should say, in street bracket. And with all of that racket, we get to get back to a one more time battle.
All of that bracket racket,
man.
racket.
I like that. We get to get back to a one more time battle between Austin Hurdle and Chris Newman, who are also on it and pushing hard. Last time we saw them, they're staged up before we see the final of Unlimited Finals. That's going to be James Houghton and Richard Boak, fastest cars on site. All right, Jared is receiving Josh Halka right now. He's just found out he won. Looks thrilled.
Yeah.
How is he doing?
You can see the round of applause here. Congratulations, dude. You win street.
Wow, I'm just amazed. I can't believe I did it. I was at this event 2 years ago, first one, and I didn't even make it to the bracket battle. So this is an amazing progression, and I just couldn't be more happy.
Right on. Congratulations again. You win the street class here at 2019 Speed Ring presented by Motoricity. Congratulations, bud.
All right, and Dewey coming in, high fives down the spectator row. Going to throw back to Jared and let him talk to third place in street modified, Eric Dewey DeWitt.
The boogeyman in the building, third place. You win. Again, Sally, you said you love this car, this thing. You and your crew just strap this thing together. You know.
I'm telling you, my team is the only reason this happens. We put this thing together just like last year, complete cluster to get it together. Bumped the wall earlier this weekend. Sammy, the guy right there, owner of Six Star, putting this thing together. We got it all strapped up and went out there and got ourselves a third. Last year we came home with a check with a bunch of zeros on it and nothing else. This year we get at least another number, and I'm really happy.
Awesome. Congratulations. Eric Dewey DeWitt, third place here in street modified. Again, awesome car, the boogeyman as it's been called, guys.
Yep, great run for Dewey, and on track right now. This is the warm-up for a one more time between Hurdle Newman. This is for third place in street brackets. We just saw Halka take the win. P2 will be James Houghton. This one is still for cash. Hurdle and Newman. Whoever takes this win will go home with third place in street. Right, both of these drivers we've seen tires dip, sideways action. This will be good. Newman starts first in the BMW and then Hurdle behind in the 370Z down into turn one. Newman looking composed, not quite using all the track, and then you see the drama from Hurdle on the limit, a little bit sideways, dab of opposite lock, down the straightaway into the hairpin. Newman nice and tight on the way in, rounds the corner off and gets the BMW pointed for the back straight. Beautiful drone shot of the property here at M1 Concourse as these guys going at it for third place, over the crest down the back straight.
This one's looking pretty close, man. That gap doesn't seem to be changing a whole lot.
Definitely looks close. Ooh, Newman wide, gets it collected, but looked pretty wide on the entry.
Yeah, it looked like he may have had to lift there just a little bit to make sure he didn't run out of track. May have cost him just a little bit.
Looks really
little
good.
sideways there.
That's good. That's
little
good.
Wiggle.
Driving it with the back end, coming around the right-hander in front of us. I gotta say, it looks like, if anything, Hurdle way sideways. Hangs onto it, but he's sideways again. He may not have any tire left on the back of that car, but Newman looking like he might take the win. He was deep into the last corner. Hurdle almost goes
still
completely
sideways.
around. Holy cow. Newman, 14.8. Hurdle, did he get it done? There was a lot of sideways. No, couldn't happen. 15 flat. So Chris Newman will be your third-place finisher in the street bracket. And that leaves just one to be done. That is the Can-Jam Subaru versus the Northern Speed Racing Integra. Richard Boak versus James Houghton.
We still have to figure out the third place for Unlimited as well, which is James Houghton and his other car.
That's true.
Against Andy Smedegard. So still a lot left here in the finals for Unlimited class. But so far it's shaping up. In the street class, Josh Hauke taking home the win. James Houghton getting second in street class. And on the third step of the podium, Chris Newman, who was just able to beat out Austin Hurdle for that last step and the cash money in the street class. In street mod, Sean Kresbach going home victorious, and Alex Moss being second on the step, even with a blown diff. So his car making it all the way to the final round, unfortunately not able to maintain its composure with that rear diff to be able to finish out the battle. So Alex defaults to second. Third place, though, we just heard from him, Eric Dewey DeWitt, your third place competitor. Now down to Jared, who has Chris Newman.
Yeah, so Newman gets it done. Hurdle was absolutely ripping. Congratulations, man. Third place here in your class. Again, great showing, but today, I mean, you put it together.
Dude, that was so much fun. Yeah. We were just out there having fun. On the cool down lap, I was like, I don't even care. Yeah. That was the most fun.
That was awesome. Dude. Yeah, it was absolutely awesome. You got to look back at the footage. Hurdle was like, he was drifting. He was putting the back end out. I mean, you guys were really getting after it.
We paddock together at every event, man. We hang out, we're pretty good friends, and we just wanted to go out and have some fun.
That's what it's all about, man. Congratulations, third place, that final podium spot. We'll get some words with Hurdle because, man, let me see. Now, again, the smile's kind of diminished. It's slowly just going away, but you were sending it, dude, on that last lap.
I might have not won, but, dude, I was having the most fun out of anybody out there. It was a blast coming around here. I mean, if you're not scared, you're not having enough fun, so.
That's a great motto. Congratulations on a great showing. Again, Newman said he was having a blast with you. Go grab a beer, grab a good time. Again, Hurdle, but Newman grabs third place.
And as we say that, Unlimited Finals taking to the track in the front. Richard Boak dialing in at a 1:03.1 behind James Houghton in the Northern Speed Racing Integra, dialing in at a 1:04 flat. Less than a second separating these two cars. Houghton absolutely taking his time leaving the pit lane while Richard Boak has rolled around the first corner already. Both of these drivers haven't really had a huge amount of incentive to open these cars up fully in the bracket battles, I would say. The biggest threat would probably have been Houghton and Smedegard the last round out, and it seems like he may have kept some in the can even there. So this is where it's for all the marbles, not only for the Unlimited bracket win, but for top time of the event and that additional $5,000 prize.
Yeah, currently right now, fastest time of the event belongs to Richard Boak with a 1:03.172. Slightly off pace from where he was last year, surprisingly. 1:02.3 last year at this very same event. So still the fastest production vehicle to ever lap M1 Concourse here. Richard Boak looking for a 1:02 or potentially even a 1:01, which I hope he can get to. He is sitting squarely right now in that top part where he would take home that extra $5,000 though. So
yeah, pitching it around, getting those tires warm. A couple of notes: we did have a lot of cloud cover just roll in. The sun's kind of gone away, the breeze has picked up, and it's noticeably cooler. That's going to be good for both of these cars, making some extra power. And on top of that, there's a big tailwind down the back straight, which can only help a car with aero like this. Here's some in-car video. See just how smooth and drama-free that Can-Jam Subaru is. Coming down towards the hairpin now, you see the front end dive ever so slightly, hard on the brakes, tight on the entry, opens up the middle of the corner, gets it squared and launched down the back straight. He's gone. You can hear the car roaring off in the distance. Houghton left himself a ton of room in the background, although we haven't seen him flash through. There's Boak.
Man,
still no drama, intentionally using all of the track, tracking out perfectly to the track limit, but nothing extra. Houghton, look how far behind he is on the distance. Their guys nowhere near each other. We won't know until they cross the line how this one wraps up, but Boak back in front of us already. Can he find 101? Can he find even 102 like he did last year?
Wow, that's the most aggressive I've seen him get through there.
That looks really good on the power through the finish line. Houghton right behind us right now. 103.7, can't quite match his fast time of the event, but what can Houghton respond with? He's got a 104.0 in the books already this weekend. Theoretically, finding 3/10 may not be that tough. 105.9, can't get it done. So round one goes to Richard Boak. Houghton's going to have to catch back up, get back in front, and see what he can do with clean air. I say clean air, they were nowhere near each other, but at least one more round here for the finals of Unlimited.
All right, so we did run through the podium for Street and Street Mod. Let's talk about Track Mod real quick. First place going to Eric Fleming in his Corvette in Track Mod. Chris Boersma will take home second. In third place, Mike Puglisi. Mike Puglisi, kind of the Cinderella story of this weekend, although not winning, coming from a 7th seeded position to a third place finish. So very, very nice work there to Mike Puglisi. Always doing well under pressure.
Back to the track, you see low and slow for both of these drivers. Richard Boak trying to make sure he gets the same completely open track that James Houghton gave himself in the first round. And I do have to point out that Houghton hasn't been afraid to try to work the system just a little bit in previous rounds. This is actually the second time Houghton and Boak have seen each other, because he had to eliminate the other car that Houghton's driving in the semifinals. Both drivers creeping at about 30 miles an hour around the big sweeper here in front of us, taking their time.
All right, James Houghton is about to start his flyer lap here. What does he have? Can he beat out Richard Boak's time for this session to force a one more time battle between the two?
I was trying to pay attention to the sound. It didn't sound like Houghton really got on it down the straightaway, but he's held the gap, so I'm sure he did. Gets down into the hairpin, runs it nice and wide to get that front wheel drive Integra. Yes, front wheel drive with about 700 to 800 horsepower somewhere in there. Probably turned to kill right now to try to win that overall title. All the way down the back straight, roaring off in the distance. Deep on the brakes, down into this super late apex carousel.
There's Richard Boak, and now back to James Houghton, looking like he's carrying a lot of speed through there.
Looks fast. Back into our view behind us here.
Yeah, well, he can maintain composure of that car as he comes through here. Man, it's so much more wild to watch him in the street car coming through there than it is in this. This looks so much more composed with all the aero.
That's that downforce. Houghton through 105.8, doesn't go much faster. What does Boak have? He's closed the gap for sure, but how much? 103.8, so super consistent for both drivers. And with that, Richard Boak, CanJam Racing, take the top spot after 2 years of missing it. They finally take the bracket battle in Unlimited here at Motivicity Speed Ring. Congratulations to Richard Boak on getting both the win in the bracket and top time of the event.
Yeah, you know, all the previous years, Richard Boak has always won that fastest lap time award. This year, no different. But this year, he also finds himself, as you said, Tom, on the top step of the podium. Third time's the charm. Super, super elated for those guys. Lots and lots of work going to their program. And finally, glad to see them there on that top step of the podium.
So with that said, we do have one more battle staged, and that's, again, third place for Unlimited. We have The Northern Speed Racing Evo, driven up to this point by James Houghton, presumably with an empty driver's seat, waiting for its driver. And against the Andy Smedegaard RS Motors Evo for third place. And Houghton knows he's got to hustle up, get his butt from one car to the other. Pulls right up behind, door flings open, and he'll head over to the Evo. But we're going to throw it over to Jared with our unlimited bracket battle winner after 3 years.
Oh, man.
Finally getting it done.
Unbelievable. Ken Jam was just the guy to beat.
Like I said,
103 was the fastest
Jared.
time. Just couldn't get back to that. Again, the Drifters laying down some rubber, but putting it together. Awesome job, man. Again, great effort. I mean, Houghton's got a lot of track time, but your car is unstoppable this weekend.
Yeah, this car's fantastic. I got the best team in the business, and sometimes they make my job look really easy, but this was a hard one coming. It took us 3 years to do it. These tollgate battles, your car's got to last till the very end, so we took a different approach this year because the last two didn't work. So I'm glad we could get the win for the team, and we finally did the double, I guess.
Awesome. Congratulations. Again, just anybody you want to thank as far as sponsors. We got the live stream and everybody out there.
Yeah, I want to thank CanJam. These guys, if I could only tell you how many 24-hour days they put in. Pfaff Subaru came on board this year, and they've been a big support. Motivicity Distribution for putting on this event. Steelcase Tires, my family, everybody that supports me. I can't thank you guys enough.
Awesome. Again, congratulations, Boak and the CanJam team. You are winners in Unlimited here at Speed Ring, presented by Motivicity, guys. I mean, just a dominant weekend for the CanJam team.
Yeah, finally putting their stamp on the weekend after 2 years of the monkey on their back in the actual bracket battles. We always knew the car was fast. They finally get it done with some good consistent runs. And with that, we'll have one more battle right there, Evo on Evo. James Houghton, if nothing else, I think we get him an Ironman trophy for basically driving nonstop in 3 different cars, battle after battle after battle for the last at least hour or more. Feels like all day that he's been hopping between cars. And then Andy Smedegaard alongside black and white Evos battling for the finals, for the third place, the final battle of the day.
Yeah, this will be your final battle of the day. We are finally there. So again, congratulations to Richard Boak. James Houghton taking second in the Unlimited Finals, but hopping right back in another car. James Houghton out there now battling Andy Smedegaard once again. Andy Smedegaard previously battling James Houghton in his Integra, now battling him in the Evo. So, like you said, Tom, I believe that Ironman award will go to James Houghton.
I have a question while we have a moment. Did Andy Smedegaard drive against anybody other than James Houghton today?
Only at one point, I believe, like very early this morning. Very early this morning. Otherwise, it's just been those two going back and forth. Yeah, Andy Smedegaard did compete against Matt Christie early this morning in the first round for the street bracket.
Got it. So these cars actually pretty tight on dial-ins. It's 107.4 for Houghton in the back, the black Evo. Smedegaard 105.2 at the front for the white Evo. And I have to imagine both of these guys don't have a lot of interest in taking their time warming the cars up, anything other than just getting this done and proving their point. This is third place, still a check on the line here for these guys, and you can tell they're already pushing hard on this warm-up.
I don't know. It looks like the differences between these cars could be considered as black and white, but
oh, man.
I'm not quite sure.
Had to get one more in there.
Almost there. Almost made it without another. Look at that.
These guys hustling hard. They're ready.
Wow.
Ready to get this done. Wow. The time just started. We should point out the lap just started.
Yeah, that was an out lap.
And sparks flying from both cars. Houghton pushing hard, 2 off, gets it back on track. Smedegaard pulling away just a little bit of a lead with that mistake. Nose tucks down, sparks fly through the tight hairpin right there. Still super close, but
Very
that 2
close.
off for Houghton, I think, is the only deciding factor so far. Ooh, look at the power from the RS Motors car. Just motors away from Houghton down the back straight. Almost wonder if there was an issue. Maybe not. Through the sweeper. Smedegaard all the way out to the track out point. He is just motored away from Houghton at this point. Theoretically did have the better time in qualifying.
Wow, but look, did you see how quick Houghton popped up and over that hill and into the braking zone? That car, through that section of the track, is very, very quick.
Through through the showcase right behind us into the final corner. Both cars all-wheel drive getting pointed. Smedegaard chasing it a little bit through the final feature and across the start-finish line. It's a 104.7. That's the fastest that car's gone all weekend. Houghton, 107 flat. Another personal best for him as well. Good laps from both drivers. They're going to swap and take it to the second round. See if Smedegaard can hold on to it and solidify his third-place finish. Really strong time from that car, 104.7. Wow.
Yeah, very, very impressive. So now Andy has had that car out here before, never able to be on that top step of the podium. Currently looking at the bottom step on the podium, but podium nonetheless.
Podium nonetheless, and they're just breaking out champagne bottles behind me, which these guys will be happy to see. Houghton pulling around eventually over Smedegaard. There they go.
Yeah, and both of these competitors, competitors, just the nicest guys in the paddock, man. They really are long time competitors, good friends. I do remember going to an ice racing event where James Houghton was able to sling Andy Smedegaard's S2000 around Lake Dubay up in Wisconsin. So these two guys know each other. They trust each other a lot as well, having competed against each other for many, many years. So awesome to see these guys out competing against each other. Now Evo to Evo.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll see Andy build an Integra next.
Maybe.
And be able to answer back.
Just have a community unlimited time attack car. Everyone gets to drive. All right, back behind us, Houghton is wasting no time getting this lap started. He's pulled a big gap, and Smedegaard leaving himself plenty of space. Houghton getting pointed. Oh, doesn't go anywhere off of this corner. He's playing something again.
I'll be announcing you guys.
Games still happening between Houghton and Smedegaard. But on the flyer, here they go. All the way out to the track out, both drivers using the whole course.
Yeah, the front arrow on that Northern Speed Racing Evo is quite ridiculous, man.
It's insane. You got to imagine, if anything, the black Evo has the aero advantage. The white Evo looking much more simple on aerodynamics, but that's got a bomb under the hood, I think. Really fast down the back straight.
So again, Andy Smedegaard won the first portion of the battle, and now James Houghton trying to answer back, forcing a one more time battle. Can he do it?
Smedegaard certainly closing it up. You see a lot of porpoising from the front end of that Evo as it's kind of oscillating under load. Probably still in development as that car is less than 2 months old. This is one of its first events ever. To the final corner and on to the front straight for the final time.
Andy Smedegaard, 106.693. That's good enough for the win, beating out James Houghton with a 107.381. So Andy Smedegaard will go home with that third place finish in the Unlimited class here at Speedring 2019 in the brackets.
And there you have it, our winners from Motivicity Speedring, presented by APR for 2019 Street Bracket. Josh Halka taking the win in the Subaru over James Houghton in his EG Civic. Chris Newman finishing off the podium in the BMW E46 M3 in Street Mod. Sean Krebsbach takes the win after his P2 last year, steps the game up, gets the track record in the process, takes the win. Alex Moss in second, unfortunate mechanical failure, and Dewey with a really exciting third place finish in the brand new Boogeyman Subaru. Track modified, Eric Fleming taking the win after more mechanical issues and dramas off for Chris Boersma. Still takes the second place. Michael Puglisi, Cinderella story, as Austin said, taking the third position. And then right here, right in front of us just now, Unlimited and the top time of the event, Richard Boak taking the win in the Can-Jam Subaru. James Houghton, another second place on the event, and Andy Smedegaard just behind us now, finally taking that third place finish. Guys, what did you think of Speedring?
Awesome. I don't know if my microphone's on or not, but yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I thought it was awesome overall. Again, Jared DeAnda signing off. It's just, of course, just always a great event. For the third year, you know, more fans, the cars, the purpose-built, again, adding that new class, just a different variety of driving. And this course proved to be very difficult. As short as it is, you know, Tomo, you're a racer yourself. I just talk about it, but it's a very technical, difficult course.
Yeah, you know, this year in particular, adding that fourth class, you know, really kind of helped open up the event to different competitors that might not have as highly modified cars, not feeling like they're so outgunned. But, man, we definitely did have a few upsets and definitely saw some very, very good driving from all.
Yeah, definitely love seeing a bunch of those battles. Again, addition of Street Class, some of the best battles we saw. Great rivalries and friendships unfolded there. It was a blast to see. So we're going to get these guys up on the podium, get some trophies, get some champagne spraying, get them their checks. Huge thanks to all the partners and fans who came out. The manufacturer Midway was great. Lots of action in the paddock and grid area. We can't wait to see you guys next year. For Jared Deanda, for Austin Cabot, I am Tom O'Gorman. Thank you so much for joining us, Speed Ring Live.
That's it. Yeah, that's a wrap. We'll see you guys next year. And, of course, tune in at grid.live for all these events and more. Again, wrapping up a 2019 season. But, again, thanks for watching Speed Ring, presented by Motovicity, presented by and produced by Grid Life. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Austin. I'm Jared Deanda. Send it.